We are going to try to use the microphone so that all the folks on Zoom can hear us and so that it gets recorded. Right. So thank you, Dr. Bitzer, for welcoming us at Catawba College. And actually, there's somebody here who will do an even better job of welcoming us, and that is the president of Catawba College, David Nelson. And I wonder if you want to just say a few words before we get started. I'm going to go over the agenda. I'm going to welcome some folks, but we're on your territory. Thank you so very much. It's a beautiful setting. Please do not wander out in there, even though it's so beautiful. We need you in here. Dr.
Thank you. And I told Jennifer, come back anytime, but it's better in the fall when it's not so hot and there aren't so many mosquitoes, right? So venture at your own risk. Thanks again for being on campus, for all the work that's being done. I'm really eager to see the reports of all these committees. And I just want to give a little context here. I think when some of you have been back during the spring, the lawn was all torn up because we put in 36 new geothermal wells. That's all finished. But as you come back in ensuing months, we'll start construction on the old smokestack in the middle of campus this fall to be redone for student space. And then come back the year after and you will see 2 residence halls being renovated and a new residence hall going up. So we're going to make a big mess here at Catawba, but you're still welcome to come and enjoy time. I just wanted to note, remember when we were here together, we announced you were the first group actually to hear that the center, what's called the Center for Politics and Public Service, was starting under Dr. Bitzer's leadership. I'd say we have soft launched that and more. And that work complements 2 other centers, the Center for the Environment you're sitting in that helps students to think of their stewardship to the world and its natural resources, Lilly Center for Vocation and Values next door in the chapel that helps students to think about who they are and who they'll be in this world, what they love doing, what they're skilled to do, and where that meets the world's needs. And we've added this 3rd center that helps them to think about their vocation, their calling in the polis, in the city, in the political environment, and how they live in their communities, their states, nation, and the world. So I just want to say the work I've seen going on here is a real contribution to what we're trying to do, not just the public who will go and vote, we hope, in large numbers and have confidence in it, but also students who are learning what it is to be a responsible citizen. So thank you for all the work that you're doing, and welcome.
I want to also welcome the trustees from Catawba College who are here, Bob Arnold and Fred Stambeck. They were here last time as well in October. Thank you so much for your support of this college. And, you know, I think Dr. Michael Bitzer, we hear him all the time on the radio, like he is a North Carolina treasure. And the fact that you're going to be the new head of this Center on Politics and Public Service, I think you don't get enough credit. So let's give Michael Bitzer a hand. It's such a way that when you have a treasure right here in your backyard, you just don't thank them enough and appreciate that enough. So again, thanks to Catawba College. And we do have, I don't know if Trina Velez is here yet. Yes, from the North Carolina State Board of Elections. Thank you for being here, Trina. We also have Barbara Smith, Vice President of Peace Programs for the Carter Center, who is with us today, and you'll be hearing from her at lunch. We have a lot of people here from the Carter Center. Sarah Matthews, Helen Law, Dana Smiley, Scott Konopasek, who is also on several of our committees. And we have an intern who is a student at UVA, Dimney Rideout, over there in the corner, has been helping quite a bit today. We have a media team from GMMB, Patricia Pope and Eric Conrad. We have our indispensable administrator with Capon Consulting and Rachel Capon. Everybody needs to give her a hand. We have the mayor of Salisbury here, Karen Alexander. And we have our steering committee you all are familiar with, Dr. Michael Bitzer, Dr. Chris Cooper, JD, Dr. Bob Orr, Justice Bob Orr, Dr. Martha Kropp, who is on Zoom. Hello, Martha. And Jennifer Roberts. I am a consultant with the head of the North Carolina Network for Fair, Safe, and Secure Elections, along with Bob Orr, consulting with the Carter Center, former mayor of Charlotte. So now the introductions are over. I want to say one statement that the Carter Center was very quick to release on Saturday in light of the attempted assassination of a former president, which should just be terrifying to all of us. And the Carter Center quickly released a statement. Every one of their consultants in the 6 states where they're working released a similar statement. We tailored ours to North Carolina and said the North Carolina Network for Fair, Safe, and Secure Elections condemns today's violence targeting former President Trump in the strongest terms. Acknowledging that we do not yet have all the facts, we are nevertheless deeply concerned at what appears to be a politically motivated assassination attempt. Our thoughts are with President Trump and all those affected by this act of violence. And I want to remind everyone that one of the reasons that we are doing public education about our election system is to try to avoid political violence. When people understand, when government is transparent, when the public is educated, we feel that this lowers the temperature on our disagreements and gives people real facts. We know that there is so much out there that is, AI generated, that is misinformation, and we want to be the trusted source, like our North Carolina State Board of Elections, like our professors, like our universities, like so many of you in this room who have your own networks, people who trust you. We want to spread that trust to lead to peaceful disagreement, which is what democracy is all about. I also want to thank all of you for the tremendous work you're going to hear about today as each committee presents its draft findings. We still have more months ahead. We have an election season ahead. Our final report won't be ready until probably January, maybe even February. But we wanted draft findings because in that public education, this is an opportunity for us to examine closely the way our elections work and help get that information out to the public. So all of you are going to be, we hope, spreading the news as well. This process has been bipartisan by design. So in this room, we have Republicans, we have Democrats, we have unaffiliated voters, and that is important in democracy. It's important for our state, which is a purple state. We want to look like our state. We want to have our elections work for our state. And we also want to give a quick overview of the big ideas that came out of, you all got this by email, but Bob is going to read through the big ideas that came through that we all agreed on. There's still some issues and aspects we're going to be debating and talking more about in the fall. But here are some things that we all agreed on as a quick overview before we get into the details of each of the committees. And I'll go over the agenda in just a minute too. But I'm going to hand it over to my amazing colleague, Bob Orr. Let's give him a hand too.
Three things never change. Jennifer's always going to be taller than me. She's going to use a computer. I'm going to use paper. And a shout out to Rachel Capon, who was here last night till 9:30 or 10, drove back to Greensboro, fed the horses, left this morning at 4 a.m. to come back. Rachel and David have given us the kind of dedicated assistance that we have so desperately needed, all of us, in making this happen. And so a big special thanks to Rachel. Rachel sort of exemplifies, I think, what the election workers of this state do. I mean, they go the extra mile. They get the job done no matter what the challenges might be. And Jennifer and I were sitting here, and she says, "Look at this crowd. Look at the people in this room. Did we really do this?" And when we started this concept of an election commission to study our system, we had no realization that we would be able to draw the extraordinary talent that has come together to do something that no other group in this state has done. And that was one of the really important motivations for doing this, was that no one from a governmental standpoint, no other public entities like the Bar Association have even attempted to take a close look at how our election system works and what we can do collectively as a state to make sure going forward we have safe, secure, and fair elections. And so it is a great compliment to each and every one of you for all the incredible hard work that you've done up to this point. We still got a lot to do, but we are doing something that I think will benefit this state for many years to come. And we again just appreciate your engagement, your willingness to do this work, and particularly the Carter Center's support from the very beginning in this, and our partnership with Catawba College has been an extraordinarily critical part of it. So with that said, I'm not going to read the big ideas, but as each of you know, we broke this out into committees trying to take a look at the various components of an election system. And if we didn't know it going into it, we certainly know through the first 6 or 7 months that running an election with, what do we have, 7.5 million registered voters in a state with a population of over 10 million is a really, really big job. It is a complex job. It is one that is underappreciated, and the people that make it work on election day have, I think, in the greater scheme of things, not really been appreciated like we should for what they've done. But so over the course of these 6 months, we've sort of pulled some bigger ideas, and you'll hear specific issues and suggestions coming out of the committee reports. But I think we've all come to the conclusion that in the greater scheme of things, North Carolina has a really good election system. We have good professionals. We have a large core of volunteers, bipartisan individuals who serve on local election boards, who serve as election workers. And while there is no such thing, and those of you who saw the film last night about Rhode Island, which is obviously a much smaller geographical footprint than North Carolina, there's no such thing as a perfect election. But we have heard it when we did our trusted election tour in 22. We heard it from Republicans. We heard it from Democrats. We heard it across the board. North Carolina does a good job. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't ways we can improve or that we will need to work on going forward, and that's part of the mission of this commission. So one, the big idea is we all agree we've got a good election system. We didn't initially start with a committee on public education, but right here back when we had our first meeting, there was a consensus among a large group that we needed to do a better job in educating the public about some fairly sophisticated topics. And so we have put together a public education committee that's been working, looking at avenues and ways that we can do a better job through earned media, through paid media, through a variety of sources, trying to help the North Carolina voting public understand how it works. And if you understand how it works, then some of these fears, some of these complaints, some of these problems that are encountered will, I think, be greatly minimized. Third, trust and transparency. The key to people having confidence in an election system is transparency, so that people have an opportunity to see how it works. All they have to do is make the effort, take the initiative, and our election system, beginning with the state board, down through our local boards, local election systems, really do a good job of welcoming the public, come in and see how the machines work. Come in and ask questions. And part of our responsibility to generate trust in the election system is to make sure that voters understand it, and transparency is a key part of that. Then we have the broader issue of unaffiliated voters, the largest single group of registrations in the state. It's no longer Democrats or Republicans, it's unaffiliated voters. And to a certain extent, I guess I can say they're kind of second-class citizens in the greater election scheme. It's much more difficult to run for election as an unaffiliated voter. They are not automatically included and rarely are appointed to local boards of elections or certainly the state board of elections. And so one of the broader issues that the commission has dealt with is how to deal with unaffiliated voters, and how does the state of North Carolina make sure that an unaffiliated voter is just as important and just as engaged as anyone who is registered either with the major parties or with one of the other political parties. Voter access. Numerous challenges there that need to be addressed, because if it is difficult to vote, then people are discouraged from voting. I mean, there is a critical need to make sure that if our citizens who are eligible to vote want to vote, that we make it as easy for them as we can, because participatory democracy is what it's all about. Probably one of the single most important broader issues is the lack of resources and the safety of election workers. When we had several of our staff and I met with the head of campaign finance, and you'll hear more about this. But we asked about their software, their system. It's 20 years old, the campaign finance system of this state, monitoring millions and millions of campaign contributions, large and small, from all sorts of individuals and entities, is operating on a badly outdated system. They only have like small staff to deal with it. And this is true across the board. And so one of the real focuses, I think, of the commission's efforts in numerous committees is how do we support the election workers in their needs to be adequately staffed, to have up-to-date technology, and to make sure that having this, that we have the best and safest and most secure election possible. It takes resources, and at this point, both at the local level and at the state level, there is a major lack of those resources. And that also impacts and affects the safety of election workers, which is of a critical component. And just one statistic that I'm sure all of you have heard, we will have almost half of the directors of local boards of elections in this election have never worked a presidential election. And that's putting enormous pressures on the men and women in our communities who have the responsibility, once voting starts and through the entire process, to get this done in a quick and efficient and accurate way. So that's been a huge emphasis in what we've been doing. Secondly, there were just a couple of areas of concerns. Doesn't necessarily say these were big ideas. Redistricting is a major issue in this state and really around the country. What is the fairest and best way to go about drawing districts, whether it's congressional, whether it's your local board of education districts? All of that is critical to playing into fair, safe, and secure elections. And finally, and I'm going to talk about this when we do our committee report. But there's a really interesting provision in the North Carolina Constitution, Article 6, that says in a contested election for Article 3 offices, and Article 3 offices are all of your council of state, governor, superintendent of public instruction, attorney general, commissioner of agriculture. In any contested election, someone can ask the General Assembly to decide the outcome of that election. And so that essentially means, that's been done once in the history of this state, that if the race for governor or attorney general was close and contested on provisional ballots or absentees or some other legal challenge, there is a constitutional provision that the decision as to who won that election would go to the General Assembly. And very few people know about it. And in an election cycle where we could have numerous really closely contested elections for council of state, there would be a lot of shocked people if all of a sudden, instead of the election board certifying the winner or the courts determining who won, it goes to the General Assembly and they decide who the next governor is. So that's something to look forward to. Or not look forward to. Take your choice. Anyway, all right, what's next, Coach? All right.
We're all worried about Article 6. So everybody has an agenda at their place. And another amazing thing that Cape and Consulting did, you also have a QR code. If you want to read the entire draft report, that will take you to it. We do have some hard copies. We're trying to save those for, we don't have enough for everyone because we didn't want to kill all those beautiful trees out there. But if you absolutely need one, go see Rachel sometime during the day. So quick overview, each committee will have 15 minutes. Michael has graciously given us his campaign clock for 15 minutes. So we can try to keep on schedule. Some reports may take less than that. We'll have the committee present. We had a dry run of that June 4. Then we want to have questions from other folks on other committees because there may be something that committee missed. We're going to continue to have, review of these things going through the fall. So it's not too late to ask new questions. So you can see the order. We tried to kind of put the committees in order of how the ballot process works. So the last one is going to be challenges and lawsuits. And the first one is ballot access and filing for candidates. There'll be a coffee break. There'll be a lunch break. During the lunch break, when you grab your lunch, come back in here, chat for a minute. But we're also going to have an address from Barbara Smith to talk about the Carter Center in general, how this fits into the work they're doing in the U.S. and abroad. It's an amazing organization, and we're really indebted to their support of our work here today. We hope to be done with all the committees by 2:30. We'll have, general questions and answers, and then we'll give you an idea of what comes next in this whole process. And we are going to conclude at 3 p.m. We do hope you'll stay to the end because if there's any additional questions about the process, about what's going on next, what you all are going to help us do for public education between now and our elections, all that we're going to talk about at the end of the day. So are there, and also the committee chairs are going to present their committee report. If the chair is absent, the coach from that committee, which will be one of the steering committee, will do that. Martha Kropp, who is on Zoom, is going to have a hard time doing that. So Michael Bitzer has agreed to help do hers for her, or help coach while those are going on. And also, I neglected to thank the universities connected to our other steering committee folks. UNC Charlotte with Martha Kropp and the resources there. Western Carolina University, Dr. Chris Cooper. We are so indebted to our academics because they've helped us pull together research on what other states are doing, what other groups have looked at fair, safe, and secure elections, and what can we learn from them so we're not duplicating. So thank you all so very much. And with that, we can get started. The first committee is ballot access and filing for candidates, and that's Dr. Cooper.
So Kitty and Andy, we're gonna give the presentation there, right? Yeah, Kitty, you come on, yeah. Come on. Come on up.
Well, I will.
Well, right.
Thank God I read paper.
With you.
Good morning. I'd like to thank everyone on our committee for their dedication and hard work. A special thanks to our steering committee lead, Dr. Chris Cooper, and to Jennifer and Rachel for their help. At this time, I'll turn over the report to Chris.
All right.
They say always start with a joke, so that's a good joke. That's a good joke. He's like, Our committee focus was on the candidate center side of the election administration, but thank goodness not campaign finance. Several topics discussed were candidate filing and qualification, elections by district or at large, filing fees, timing of the candidacy, information resources for candidates, public perception of the election and the unaffiliated voter, and redistricting. North Carolina Council of State Offices candidate filing and qualifications are uniform throughout the state with qualifications set by North Carolina statute. When looking at local offices, the same cannot be said, but it is uniform that a candidate in a political party must be affiliated with that party for 90 days. Our committee looked at other states and the trend of nonpartisan primaries, with only 4 states where everyone votes in a single primary. North Carolina is one of 15 states voting in a semi-open primary. This means that unaffiliated voters can choose which primary to vote in. The unaffiliated voter is the fastest growing choice in North Carolina with registrations. Since January the 1st of this year to May the 18th, for every 1 new Republican voter, there were over 3 unaffiliated voters, and the Democratic Party showed a decline of 10,333 voters. North Carolina soon will need to address the impact of unaffiliated voters and will have leadership in our state from voting to candidacy. Why not embrace the demographics and make ballot access a little easier? Exactly how difficult it is to become an unaffiliated voter, to have your name on the general election ballot as an unaffiliated candidate in a countywide local election, a candidate would need 4% of the county's registered voters as of January the 1st. Committee member Caroline Avery will now share an editorial with the commission concerning an unaffiliated voter in Burke County.
Thank you, Kitty. As Kitty said, I'm Caroline Avery. I'm from Morganton, North Carolina, and I'm just going to read you out loud an editorial from, I'm going to do a little plug for our 100% local newspaper, The Paper. Print and digital weekly, and it's fantastic. And this is an editorial that came out, I'm reading it word for word, in January of this year, okay? To say that the deck is stacked against unaffiliated candidates in North Carolina is to engage in profound understatement. Consider, Joe Schmo is an unemployed 30-something who has no higher education, has never held a job, and lives in his mother's basement, spending the day playing video games and eating cheese puffs. Yet, if Mr. Schmo had $20 in his pocket and was registered as a member of the Republican, Democratic, Libertarian, Green, no labels political parties, he could have filed as a candidate for the Burke County Board of Education. Morganton's Dr. Don Hemstreet is about as far removed from Joe Schmo as possible. Hemstreet founded Morganton Animal Clinic more than 5 decades ago and has been a literal pillar of this community for more than 50 years. Equally well known for his kind and compassionate nature and his lively sense of humor, Hemstreet is a clear-eyed realist who has always sought pragmatic, workable solutions to our county's problems. A man of great faith, Hemstreet has put that faith into action through service to his church, through leadership roles at Burke United Christian Ministries, and through outreach ministries at local prisons. Recognizing Hemstreet's contributions to the community, the Morganton Rotary Club chose to recognize him in 2019 as the Distinguished Person of the Year. More important to our conversation here today, Hemstreet served a term on the school board in the 1980s. He chose to run again for the school board in 2015, was elected without opposition, and was reelected again without opposition in 2019. He racked up roughly 99% of the votes in both of those elections against scattered write-in choices. Yet, when Dr. Hemstreet prepared to file to run as an unaffiliated candidate for a third term on the board, he was told that he would have to gather verified signatures from 2,341 Burke County voters to have his name placed on the ballot. Hear me, placed on the ballot. That's correct. Because Dr. Hemstreet has chosen not to affiliate with one of the 5 political parties recognized by the state, he must have the backing of 4% of the county's registered voters just to get his name on the ballot. That is blatantly unfair on a couple of levels. For starters, Burke County school board elections should never have been made partisan by the General Assembly in the first place. Looking out for the best interest of our children, our teachers, and our parents has nothing to do with being a Republican or a Democrat. Secondly, unaffiliated candidates should not have to labor under a bone-crushing signature requirement, while those affiliated with one of the recognized political parties can simply show up, sign their name, plunk down $20, and be on the ballot. For the truth is that more and more voters are rejecting partisan labels and are registering as unaffiliated. Here in Burke County, unaffiliated voters now number 22,346, a close second to Republicans who have 25,554 voters, and far ahead of Democrats whose number is 12,591. If we are truly going to be a representative democracy, our elections should be open to all candidates of all parties and also to those who reject party affiliation of any kind. So we endorse today not Dr. Hemstreet's candidacy, for the paper endorses no candidates for any election, either partisan or nonpartisan, but instead we endorse in the strongest terms possible Hemstreet's right to appear on the ballot and his efforts to gain the necessary signatures to do so. He has until Tuesday, March 5th to turn in those signatures to the Burke Elections Office. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. The petition would be due in the local office by noon on primary day. The local office would have 15 days to canvass and verify the signatures. Not only is this a burden for the candidate, but it's also a burden for smaller offices where there's only 1 or 2 employees. As Caroline mentioned, there's also a filing fee to run for office. This fee can be anything from 1% of the base pay to a set fee. Yes, filing fees may influence who can afford to be a candidate in North Carolina, and it depends on where you live as to what you pay. And if this isn't confusing enough, now every 10 years, if you wish to be a congressional or legislative candidate, you have to worry about redistricting. And it will be who will represent you next year. Committee member Andy Jackson will now give suggestions for redistricting reform.
Thank you very much. And I do have slides. Unfortunately, I don't have my bullet points on that one. So who's got the controller? I think well, I can, yeah, let's see if I have the skill. So we'll skip the first one if I know how, right? Click, there we go. So we'll go, so there's no visual aid for the first part here. There's basically two approaches, main approaches towards redistricting reform. One is about who draws the districts, and the other one is what rules do you follow while you're drawing those districts. And so in North Carolina, like a lot of states, we have the state legislature that draws districts. There have been various proposals for committees or commissions to draw districts. Um, our report here so far, at least, is neutral on the who. I have personally supported what you call a hybrid redistricting commission, where the commission would draft a report and the General Assembly will act on the report from the commission, but that is yet to be resolved. But as far as the rules go, there are several things that you can do, that some things in North Carolina are already done, and there are some areas that are still in need of improvement. One, current requirements, you have to have equal population in North Carolina for state legislative districts. It's plus or minus 5%. In the North Carolina Constitution, by the way, it says they have to be as equal population as nearly as may be. That's kind of a holdover back when we had like whole county districts everywhere. So if you can make them close, then that's fine. If not, well, there you have it. But it's been interpreted since then as plus or minus 5%. For our congressional districts, it is plus or minus 1. And one of the things that we had recommended is actually this is about tightening requirements. This is one area where you might want to loosen a requirement, because frankly, plus or minus 1 person is kind of a ridiculous standard. If for no other reason, this is based on the population in the districts in April of 2000. Districts are drawn over a year later. They've already changed a lot more than 1. And if you have, say, a small permitted variation of, say, 1/10 of 1%, this allows you to pursue other legitimate goals, such as keeping precincts together and other such things. One thing I do want to note here, another thing we want to talk about is they have to be contiguous. In North Carolina, water counts. This is important in Eastern North Carolina, where sometimes you need to connect communities that are across sounds, maybe across rivers, but corners do not count. So if they're only touching on a corner under North Carolina, they're not counted as contiguous. We also have to minimize county splits, and I want to point out in North Carolina, it's a requirement under the Stevenson criteria. This is Stevenson versus Bartlett, which was decided about 2 decades ago, that you have to have the absolute minimum number of county splits for state legislative districts. That is not the case for congressional districts. So we would like to see a minimum amount of transversals or county splits in North Carolina. I used to think if you have 14 districts, you have to split at least 13 counties. A professor from the University of Oklahoma pointed out to me it's actually possible in North Carolina to just have 11 counties split. I won't get into the details of that, but it's related to that little map that we have right there. Next thing I want to talk about is this is probably the biggest change. Some of this was implemented in a court decision. I want to say Common Cause v. Lewis. I could be wrong about it. It was not that. It was Harper v. Hall, I think. I'll get the right case later. But basically, it had ruled, this is 2019, that you couldn't use voter registration data when drawing districts. You could not use election results data when drawing districts. This wasn't part of that case, but it's related to other cases, not to use racial data, which some people sometimes use as a substitute for political data. And another one, and this one, even courts have allowed this, is that we think, at least in our initial draft, is that you should not consider the home residence of incumbents, because that tends, a couple of things. Districts change, populations change, and if you lock in districts around an incumbent's home address, you're going to end up with really warped districts, because you're pursuing something that is really centered on people running for office rather than voters. So these are all things that we think there is data that should not be considered. We're also looking at focusing on communities. I'm picking on Western North Carolina and one. They really should try to keep them compact. Sometimes it's not possible. Western North Carolina cannot draw a really compact congressional district just because of the shape of that part of the state. but you can make it as compact as possible. And that's about as compact a district as you can get. Do not split municipalities within counties. And a lot of cities go over, like famously High Point, I think, is in 4 different counties. You can't consider that as really important while trying to keep counties together. And so we prioritized avoiding county splits, but within counties, if possible, don't split municipalities. That's a political community of people. And so it makes sense to keep them together. This is a map of Garner, North Carolina, and this is to illustrate that sometimes it's really hard to keep municipalities together because there's all peninsulas, isthmuses, islands. And so the idea is to try to keep the core of cities together if at all possible. And the last one I want to talk about on this one is the district should be drawn open. This was done initially for the 2020 ones. You have a main computer, it's drawn, it's in the General Assembly bill, and assuming the General Assembly still draws districts, and everybody can at least see, even if they don't know what's going on in the back rooms, they can at least see what's happening live as it's happening on the computer, observable by the public. And I can give Kitty back 30 seconds.
Thank you. Thank you, Andy. Elections certainly aren't uniform throughout the country or the state of North Carolina. Every locality has different issues and resources. Our committee looked at so many issues, including how counties vote, from voting countywide to district voting. We discussed the fact that seasoned directors of elections are leaving at an alarming rate. In the last 5 years, 61 changes in 100 counties. And on Friday, I heard another director in our area has given her 2-week notice. Our committee discussed community engagement, which may be on an online workshop for the public. We discussed so much information concerning election administration for candidates. And yes, it has become confusing. So we decided we'd do a short survey for candidates. And we had 179 resources. Is it up? Okay, the first, if you'll look at it, was we had, as I said, 179 resources. About half of them filed their notice of candidacy in the state board, with 51 of them, and county board of election 127. So this shows where the local board is usually where the candidates file their notice of candidacy. Was this your first time filing for office? And quite a few it was, 72 of them. How do you feel about the pay, your filing fee? And as you can see, most of them thought it was fair, so that's a good sign. What to expect during the candidacy filing period? We did this on a scale of 1 to 5. As you can see, it's a 4. Create a candidacy committee. That was starting to get kind of low. I think that tells you that there could be more information given to the candidates. And the campaign finance, I don't even want to discuss that one. That one's probably one of the hardest for most of the candidates. In summary, our committee did not reach any definitive conclusions, except that more information needs to be available for candidates and the public. The better the perception of fair and equal elections, the better off North Carolina will be. And we're over.
If we have time for questions, evidently we have 1 minute for questions. So it better be a good one. How many questions? Anybody have any questions? Round and
I think the main thing we wanted, if people from other committees think something should be delved into further, to be explored between now and January, that will be a good thing just to raise. We may not have time to answer, but to at least say, did you think about this? Did you leave this out, whatever, and we'll be taking notes and we'll be adding that, to the rest of the work.
Chris, we did such a good time.
You did such a good job, or nobody wants to solve redistricting in less than a minute. I don't know.
Okay. Well, then next committee is up. Mary Jo McGowan. And this is Bob Orr is the coach on this one. Dr. McGowan, campaign finance.
So I love the fact that Kitty said it was really complicated because I'm like, great, it's my committee. It is complicated. So first of all, thank you so much for the commission for the opportunity to look into the subject. We had a great time talking a lot about campaign finance. And yeah, okay, those are my slides. Thank you. So I taught a class in campaign finance this spring because I wanted to help my students learn more about it and to kind of look into the research on campaign finance, which I've done some in the past, but wanted to like update it. And the consensus is there's too much money in elections and campaigns. And I'm like, okay, I got you, giving money to politicians. Sorry if you're a politician, but it's kind of like, ew, why would we give money to a politician? It's just not fun to give them money because, they probably going to do nefarious things with it. So, this whole concept of campaign finance is just not cool. But then when you start asking questions about, well, how do you buy a campaign sign if you don't have any money? And my students were like, oh, well, okay, maybe a little bit of money. And then it's like, well, how much money is okay? And they're like, just a little bit. And so but we could never really come up with an idea of exactly how much was enough money to run a campaign. And I'm like, yeah, well, that's the problem. That's the problem with campaign finance is that no one's ever going to agree on what's enough, and you have different races and it's very, very complex. I mean, it's a very difficult area to be in. So I think as the committee talked about these things, one of the things that we really hit upon was that education is super important in campaign finance. The public tends to see if you give a donation to a candidate, it's probably going to be used corruptly. I mean, that is the general understanding of campaign finance, that we give donations to candidates and then we're buying votes or we're buying policies with them. And that's not the case. We know that's not the case. Otherwise, every one of our politicians would be under indictment, right? So we know that there's not really a causal link there between giving donations and policy outcomes or vote buying or anything like that. But we need to really educate the public about what campaign finance does, how it works, how effective it is, and that there really is not corruption in politics as much as, people like to think that. The really important thing about education is to build that confidence in elections. If people feel like there is not corruption, then they will be more confident in their legislators and in legislative outcomes. So we really want to work on education to build that confidence. To that end, okay, so our committee came up with 3 general goals in mind for campaign finance. And I'm going to go through these more in depth, but the first one is responsibilities of campaign finance, compliance by candidates, like what do they really need to do? So we want to make sure, just like the previous committee was talking about, that the candidates know when they're signing up to be a candidate, what is it they have to do? What are the ballot access restrictions? What are the campaign finance requirements? What do they really need to do? The second one are the sources of campaign finance. Really, where does that money come from? And letting the public know where that money is coming from can help them build confidence that it's not a corrupt system. And finally, the compliance and reporting, looking at the resources and processes and how we handle reporting of candidate campaign finance, like where are they putting the money, who's monitoring it, how it gets complied with, all that sort of stuff. So those are 3 main goals of our committee. So the first one, looking at the processes, policies, procedures, and the audits. So I think gotta thank Brad Young from IOPL for the great slides. He took my slides, which were not very good, and he made them look really, really nice. So thanks, Brad. He's on Zoom here somewhere. So for campaign finance, or sorry, for the process, we want to make sure we, in order to educate the public, we have just a very basic, this is extremely basic. Anybody that knows anything about campaign finance knows how complex it is. So this is a very, very basic look at how campaign finance process works in North Carolina. And in general, we have a great campaign finance system. That's why we don't have a lot of policies solutions here. It's more about education. But letting candidates know this is the process you have to go through. You've got to do your filing. You've got to do candidate treasurer training. You've got to go through that general process and letting people know up front, okay, this is the basics. This is what you're going to have to do. That could lead to more people running for office possibly, but also letting the public know this is what candidates are going through. This is part of what your money, your donation to that candidate is helping them get through this process. So making sure we understand and we educate the public and candidates on what the process is really important. This is a slide on the procedures and the requirements of campaign finance. This is boiling down like pages and pages and pages of campaign finance requirements in the North Carolina statutes. So we wanted to just get some basics on paper. And this is more about informing the public. Okay, if you've got statewide candidates, you have to have the reporting requirements. You've got political committees. What do they have to do? If it's a federal political committee, what do they have to do? And I'm not going to go over all of these, but just to start the educational process to the public, to let them know that there are requirements. Candidates have to go through a lot in order to comply with the law. And it's not a case of you just giving money to someone's bank account and they can do whatever they want with it. There's very, very stringent requirements on what candidates do and what candidate committees can do. The third one is campaign audits. A lot of people don't know that campaigns are actually audited, and those audits are public. You can get public access to this information. And something I actually found out is that there's 4 tiers of audits. I thought there was just one, but there's 4 different types of audits depending on the situation. So if you're a great candidate, you only go to tier 1. If you go to tier 4, you're probably going to make the newspaper, right? So most of them are going to probably say, tier 1, you want to stay in the purple, don't go to the green, right? I mean, you don't want to go to tier 4 because you're going to get probably indicted and fun stuff like that. And that's probably where most people get this information or this thought that candidates are corrupt, right? But if we can publish and let candidates know, hey, I only had a tier 1 audit and I passed. Yay me. I didn't go to tier 2, 3, or 4. Maybe candidates should start publishing this stuff to say we are really good at what we do and we didn't lose any money. Our vote didn't get bought, nothing like that. So we can, start publishing this information that we have an audit. Number one, the public does not know that that happens. We have an audit. We have an audit process. We have people that have to comply with this, people that are looking at this, they're publishing it. You have access to this information. So just the knowledge that we have an audit system is super important for the public and public confidence. Okay, the second goal here is campaign finance. Just where's the money come from? When you ask the general public where do candidates get their money from, they'll say really rich people. Okay, I mean, it's really rich donors. And, oftentimes that is the case, but it's not always 100% true. People do get lots of little donations. But we also need to help the public understand that money can come from different places, but it's all tracked. We want to make sure we highlight to the public where the money can come from, where it's not allowed to come from, and how they can look it up. This is public information that every citizen in North Carolina can access very easily. I'm not going to go into this whole thing. You probably already know this, most of this, but this again is super, super basic. We're just starting with the basics to try and educate the public a little bit that there are some things that are allowed and some things that are not allowed. The third area here is what Bob had touched on a little bit earlier is the compliance. So at the state level, we have a system of compliance where so all this information from like 3,000 different candidates, candidate committees, they gather up, all that money gets sucked, or that information gets sucked into the North Carolina State Board of Elections, and they have to process all that information. They have to do the audits. They have to run the reports. They have to make sure they're counting every penny and monitoring it of candidates. Well, they have a computer system from 2004. So as Bob mentioned, that's a 20-year-old computer system. I mean, my laptop, is a couple years old and it's not that great. 20-year-old computer system is probably not the best to make sure that we are able to track all this information. And if we want people to know that we're doing a really good job tracking it, we have to let them know that we have the best computer systems on, available to make sure that we can track all this stuff. So it's super outdated. It needs to be updated. In some cases, they're actually taking like paper documents and manually inputting the information. I mean, no, that's not okay. For this day and age, we need to have it much more fluid and easy, and if it's easier, then we have less man hours of our State Board of Elections have to spend on this, right? And we can take those man hours and put them to fun stuff like doing audits and compliance and education and other things that they need to be doing. So currently, we have 2 attorneys assigned to the campaign finance office, but they're not exclusive. So we have 2 kind of people doing campaign finance. We have 6 to 7 auditors assigned to check the reports. Some of those are the manual reports. Ideally, we think we need at least 2 more auditors and 1 or 2 more people to handle the investigations. So basically, we think that we need a lot more resources to the State Board of Elections to handle the volume of campaign finance. Do some outreach and education, but just to handle the volume is really important. And we need to update that 20-year-old system, absolutely. So these are our 3 main goals. I mean, our goal is really about education. That education can show the people of North Carolina that there is accountability, that our elections are fair. There's no corruption or very, 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 very little corruption, that we have a great system. But we can do that by actually providing the resources, having a couple extra people, and updating the campaign finance system, the computer system. So, good. Thank you to Bob. It was a great resource, and the whole committee. They did a great job. So, thanks to them. So, questions? Sure.
What consideration has been made on the cost of a new software update? And has there historically been any effort at the legislative level to consider paying for that software?
I have no idea.
Actually,
Bob probably knows. Yeah.
Yes,
Bob's question.
may not be the right one, Bill. The Board of Elections submitted a $5 million appropriation request in this session for updated software. No budget's been passed, but it was not approved at committee level. And so the state board regularly, and I don't know, Trina, whether you want to respond to that, but I mean, they're regularly making requests for what they need. The other important thing is funding for local boards of elections are through the counties. So there really isn't state money for those. And some counties do a great job funding their boards of elections, and some don't. I do want to say that we almost didn't put campaign finance in this study because it is so comprehensive and complex. It really merits almost its own commission for a year. And we were told that the legislature has not really looked at studying campaign finance just because of that reason. It's like wading into the swamp. But the staff told us there were small things like the dollar level for independent expenditures right now is like $100. So if you make $105 worth of homemade campaign signs, technically you're supposed to file a report as an independent expenditure, and that things like that need to be raised and studied. But it is a really, really difficult job. They do a great job with what they have, but the technology improvements, staffing improvements would, I think, go a long way towards increasing public confidence.
I have a question. On the local level, is the auditing done at the state level or still at the local level?
Repeat the question. Trina, you know that answer?
Can you re-
Is the local candidates, their audit is still done at the local level or is it being?
Yeah, that's still.
So for those online, the question was, are the audits done at the local level or on the state level?
Yes, campaign finance audits for local candidates are still done by local board of elections.
At the local board, yeah.
I also wanted to add to, I think, part of the question you had before, are we still asking? We were told, well, this is the short session coming up. You don't usually get any big monies. And we're like, we don't care. We're asking for it again because we need it. Additionally, I'd like to add that in addition to the auditing responsibilities that you're pointing out, and thank you for talking about this issue, it's the public service part that also adds a tremendous amount of work to this staff because of the complexity of the campaign finance regulations and software. That whole part of it takes a ton of work, as well as we get reports to candidates reporting on candidates. So checking that out. So I just wanted to add that there's a huge public service part of that responsibility that gets overlooked.
And with the new software, would that help the local offices? Because that's a big burden to as you will.
Absolutely, because the local board of elections, they have those same issues trying to help candidates. That's the other public service part that we do both at the state level and the local level is.
May I ask a question?
Oh, she's still answering it real quick. Hold on,
Oh,
Martha.
sorry.
Hold on. Yeah.
There are candidates that, they might not use a computer very much. So we do help candidates quite a bit, both at the state level and the local level. So thank you, Kay. That's a great question.
Martha?
Thank you, Mary Jo. My question is the local software connected to the statewide software? That is, if you were to invest $5 million, would that mean that the local software would also be updated? Is it one consistent system like the SEAM system, which is where registrations are entered, but they then are in the statewide database?
Yeah, so sorry, Martha, you probably might not have heard Kitty's question, but yes, that is the case that they are together.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to one thing. How many people have been a campaign treasurer? Yeah, once, right? You only do it once, and then you say never again. There are criminal penalties and civil penalties that go with this, so it's not just some casual operation. candidates and their committees and their treasurers have legal responsibilities that have significant implications.
I know, Carol,
Just a quick question, Mary Jo. And I think that was a fantastic report,
Oh, thanks,
really great.
committee.
How do we compare to other states? I mean, I'm appalled, 20-year system. I mean, that's terrible. How do we compare to other states? Are they spending more on?
I don't know. I mean, off the top of my head, I don't know that. You might know, actually.
That's a big question.
Scott,
Yeah.
chance.
I can speak to a couple of states that I've worked in. State of California and the state of Washington, for example, have the state of California and state of Washington have state agencies that their sole duty is campaign finance reporting and enforcement. And they have some investigative authority as well as prosecutorial authority for violations. A lot of the campaign finance that reporting requirements that I'm most familiar with happen at the local level, and election officials primarily serve the function of just collecting the information, and it's the role of the media or state agencies to actually police up reporting requirements, deadlines, and how those funds are actually spent.
We're at time. If you do have other questions, please write them down, send them to Mary Jo, and and we'll address them in that regard. I know it's 11:15. We've got, Jennifer, you want to do one more? We'll do one more and then we'll take a very quick break at that point. And we'll ask Lucy to come up and give the civic education.
Good morning. This is reminding me of my classroom days teaching second graders, and I hope y'all will be better behaved. I am Lucy Russell Pittman. I am the co-chair of our Civic Education Committee. Damon Sircosta is my partner in crime. He could not be here today. But so many of our amazing committee members are here, and truly, I'm just serving as a messenger for the great work and brilliance that they have put to this group. And I kept the pictures in the template, so y'all may see some fun appearances of Jennifer up there at tour programming. So we decided to create this committee because we know it's a common thread throughout all of our work. How do citizens across North Carolina know what's going on, and how are they getting their information about elections? So we studied both the current assets that promote nonpartisan civic education. We know there are various partisan groups that do this work too, but we wanted to narrowly focus on nonpartisan groups. And we also wanted to open up the floor to recommendations for future public awareness about elections, and particularly this year. So what's going on right now, a snapshot, is that, some partisan groups are doing this, but we were able to compile a list of over 15 organizations that are doing nonpartisan civic education work. Leslie was our amazing guru in not just knowing the landscape of what's going on college campuses with civic education work, but also groups from Common Cause that are big statewide groups to more local entities. So we have put together a spreadsheet of them. We're happy to share with resources. Okay, great, sorry. Another form that North Carolinians get their information from are from our state board of elections and our local boards of elections. So we reached out to the public information director at the state board, and he gave some insight on what they are doing at the statewide level. In terms of, direct outreach. They are sending out 2 mailers to registered voters this year. I got mine in February that updated on the voter ID changes, and they're also going to send another one out in early October. They did hire an outreach specialist who's going to continue that work and outreach. And we're going to get some more information about how the programming has been going, right? How many folks are they reaching? Are these virtual seminars the best way? Are the in-person ones? But we're looking forward to getting more insight because this is a new position. And then the amazing Catherine Comp spearheaded a survey that we sent out to every local board of election in North Carolina. And so we had an almost 25% response rate, which was pretty strong considering the bandwidth that they have. And we have some snapshots from it. We were fortunate to get responses from all the way from Jackson County in the west to Currituck County in the east. And as you can see, we see some hot spots from across the state. So we were happy with the participation. We learned that over half of these local boards don't have a staff member whose job description includes voter education. And so what ends up happening is that there may be an employee that's in the local board that they get this as sort of a side job. One of the offices said, we just do it all. In a lot of these small local boards, they're Renaissance men and women, and they end up doing the bulk of this work. And additionally, sizes of counties range so widely. We saw the budgets varied greatly too. So a significant number, they have less than $1,500 to do all of their voter education work. And one county noted that they don't have a line item that's specific to voter education. They just use funds to do what they need. So we saw a big variety, and that's something that we want to look into more. We also asked, what do you need? Folks said that uniform materials would be helpful, public interest, which that's hard to create organically, but they said that they are really having to reach out beyond the traditional forms of outreach, like local papers. They, said that they had anecdotes about in the primary, the second Republican primary on May 14th. It was a great example that so many people said they had no idea there was an election taking place, despite the fact that the local board had really tried to make voters aware. They did articles in the paper, social media posts, signs. And so we need to take a look at maybe what's the most effective way that folks are being reached. And then this is a highlight that I think we are so grateful to have and then distribute to other boards, because there are some best practices. So in Forsyth County, they have an election academy that's kind of like a boot camp for understanding elections, and that's a great model for other counties. They said direct contact is a best practice, which, in a dream world, we'd be able to have a conversation one-on-one with everyone in our community. But if it's, it's thinking about how to scale that is the big piece. Beaufort County has a really great website, and it's a great template too, and they've received some really positive feedback on it. Training is helpful, and then making sure that folks know some of the online resources like readytovote.com, Wake Votes Early, and these nonpartisan sources. There were a lot of things we learned and a lot of things we still need to look into. A big thing is that there are these nonpartisan groups, but they may not be connected to the local board of elections. So we want to make sure that they're getting the most recent data and updates on changes that are made. And then small counties with small budgets, they can't do it all, and they really rely on grassroots organizations. And this is a trend we're probably going to see all day, but this information is dependent on resources, and we know that they are limited. But if we want to make sure that our voters are informed, we need to think strategically about how to allocate them. So for our next steps, there's a lot to do, but we would love to look more into building relationships for the state to help provide information, not just for local boards, but also for nonpartisan groups. We really want to see if there's a recommended amount of money spent per voter on outreach. We have not started to look at other states, but I think that would be an interesting component to include. And then what we want to do is sort of offer our our hands to help with this trusted elections tour, and also, making sure that all of the findings that you all have in your committees are shared to folks, and make sure that we are assuring everyone that the voting process is fair and secure. So it's no small task, but we are grateful for this forum. We're grateful for all the insight that has been provided, and we're excited for what's to come. That is all I have. Now we can get donuts.
Any general questions? All right.
I've got one. Do the political parties do anything in a constructive way to educate voters on the system and how it works?
I don't think I can speak for all of the political parties. I mean, that's something to look into, right? And see maybe where there's more trust coming from local parties, and then where there's more animosity in others. I can only speak for Wilson County, where we do have a very robust conversation with both local parties, but folks know that they can trust them.
Well, and I would add, one of the partners for the Trusted Election Tour is the League of Women Voters, and they are doing a lot of voter education. Another partner is the Veterans for All Voters. They're doing a lot of voter education. And it is, relying on the nonprofits who are nonpartisan to give that kind of accurate information is important to supplement what the counties can't fund. I can speak for one of the political parties. I think that they are, at least what I've seen with the Democratic Party, is that there is a lot of education about when, early voting starts, where you vote, that kind of thing. There's less about, and a lot about voter ID, but less about some of the things that we've talked about in terms of, finance and the role of observers and that kind of thing. It's much more, here's what you need to vote. But they do that as well.
Thanks. I know that Sarah in Brunswick, for instance, has worked really hard to get funding for the Board of Elections. What can we do as a group or a local political party, for instance, other than lobbying like our county commissioners? Because I think this is such a key part of everything else that we're talking about, is getting the money that they need for outreach. How can we help?
My understanding right now is that the folks who hold the purse strings are at the state legislature, and that would be the best avenue for advocacy, is to talk with your legislators and tell them that you're a part of this and you see it on the ground in your community when you're talking to your neighbors through your community involvement, and let them know that this is a top priority.
I'm going to add something real quick, because I've been a county commissioner and Kitty is a county commissioner. And I know that we're looking at priorities. I mean, the challenge with counties is that you have social services, you have community colleges, you have emergency services, you have public health, so many other things that get a lot of attention and are critical needs. And I know when we were voting on priorities, Board of Elections was always the last priority, because we're like, oh yeah, they're doing a great job, they'll be fine. So we do need to hear it. I think we're in a new environment because of changes, because of focus on integrity of elections, security of elections, and they do need to hear from the public because it has changed.
I just have a couple quick comments that one, there's another political party that does do a lot of voter outreach and education. But again, you kind of have to be plugged into that party to get that education. And then Martha can probably help me out on this. There's some new research out about voter education by election administrators. And I'm just forgetting who did it. That's where Martha's going to help. But they were looking at how like election administrators are using more social media to get the messages out. Like, because especially if you want young people to vote, they're not going to read the newspaper. They're not going to read some mail, but they might see it on Twitter or Instagram or something like that. But there's also election administrators who have like organizations. I mean, they talk to one another across counties and across states. And so they can duplicate efforts like, hey, this is really working in my community. So maybe it can work in yours as well.
Well, that's interesting because one thing that the voter administration and or I should say election infrastructure and administration committee did discuss is that we need more sort of best practices, maybe on voter education, more available at the state level, because we did hear quite a bit about the best practices the Wake County has instituted, and it would be nice to see that easily accessible by other counties as well. But the research that Dr. McGowan, that Mary Jo is referring to, is by a Georgetown University scholar and a Connecticut College scholar. And what they show, yes, is that social media can be very effective in helping people make sure they get their absentee ballots done correctly, and making sure they know when to vote and how to vote. And I've recently collaborated with them on a project where we looked at of those local election officials with the with outreach on social media. You know, how much do people know about basic election knowledge? Like, do you need a voter ID in your state? Do you need to register for before election day? Do you need to speak English to vote? That these websites can play a very, websites and social media communications can play a very important role. But yet, as Jennifer points out, and this is actually some Mary Jo's research and mine as well, that there are many other trade-offs that county commissioners, because basically elections in North Carolina and really most of the states are funded at the county level. However, Colorado has an interesting system where the state pays for the real estate on the local ballots. They put in how much they're spending on certain categories of information, and then the state pays back the county a certain amount based on how much was a state and a federal contest. And so that is, and as Lucy said, probably a very important thing to be thinking about, getting with the state legislature about. Local election officials need money that is stable, that's predictable, that they know they can count on. And the system that we have now leaves county commissioners in a bad position as well, right? Because if something big happens in their county, they're going to need to pay for it. And so that's why voter education, and this is not just a United States or a North Carolina problem. I have a colleague in the United Kingdom who cited the same issue in there, that voter education is often left to be the last priority and gets left out of budgets.
Mary, we're out of time. We need to take a quick break. Mary Lou.
I just wanted to go back to the point about the discussion with the two political parties as educators for voters. We need to really focus on the fact that we have more unaffiliated voters that don't get that information at all. And the unaffiliated voters are really left out. This is why I am with the League of Women Voters. And this is one of the major things we're looking at right now, that we have to focus on unaffiliated because parties are getting the information for parties. They're not getting broad information at all.
It's a great point.
Thank you so much, Lucy. So we're right about 15 minutes behind, and we've got at least 3 more committees to make through before we do lunch. But please, let's take about a 5-minute break. If you need facilities, right down the hall, right next to the elevator, men's and ladies facilities, get up, stretch your legs, go out onto one of the balconies, get some fresh air, take a look at the ecological preserve, but we'll be back in 5 minutes, please. I hope everybody has gotten enough to eat. There will be plenty of food. So if anybody needs seconds, we're going to make a little on the fly adjustment to the schedule since we went ahead and have everybody gotten lunch. Now we're going to hear from Barbara Smith. Chris Cooper is going to introduce her, but I just wanted to make a couple of housekeeping comments. First and foremost, we have some composting buckets outside. If you would, please scrape your plates, as my mother would say, into that, and then you can pitch things into the appropriate waste containers. And again, if anybody needs facilities, if you go down just shortly down this hallway, men's and women's rooms on either side. And one other comment, we're getting a lot of great questions from folks outside of the committees. And I think that that's an important component because a lot of us get deep into the weeds on very technical issues. And sometimes it's kind of like, well, we didn't think about that kind of thought. So if you have specific questions about what you're hearing from the various committees, please, please, please feel free to reach out either directly to the committee chair or reach out to Rachel and she can direct it to the appropriate person. Just as a reminder, this is not done. These are all draft reports. And for some committees, we've still got some work to do. We've still got some information to gather, but we have time between now and when we will be putting together the final report estimated in December, early January. So we still have time to work a lot more information in and to give more thoughts about it. But if you do have specific questions, if something comes up and we don't get to you in the 15-minute allocation of time per committee, do not hesitate. Or if you go back home and think, God, what? I just had a brilliant thought. That oftentimes happens in the shower, for me at least. Please feel free to reach out to that particular committee or Rachel, and she will see to it that it gets to the appropriate person. And with that, I will
Michael,
turn. Yes.
Quick follow-up question.
Yeah.
When you said composting, that's
For
not,
food.
that's different than landfill because some of the things are marked landfill.
The food compost is right here by this blue.
Okay.
I am colorblind. What color is that? Green.
And then the question is, does it take wood and does it take meat? Because not every composting does. Sorry, I'm the sustainability person.
Meat is good.
Meat is good.
Certified. Probably not.
Not styrofoam.
So, okay.
Thank you for the clarification.
So you said your grandmother said scrape your plate. She never said scrape your plate into a composter, I assume. No, okay. I was just checking. Nor did mine. Nor did mine. She said scrape it into the dog bowl. That's the one we used to get. Well, I will be brief in reading the biography of our keynote speaker here at lunch, but I say brief because I'm just going to read what's here, but it's not a brief bio because this is somebody with an incredibly impressive background and set of experiences. So Barbara Smith oversees the Carter Center's democracy, human rights, conflict resolution, and rule of law programs, which operate projects and observe elections in countries across the globe. Before coming to the Carter Center in September 2020, Smith was principal and founder of the international development consulting firm Mountain Time Development. It's a great name. She was also senior associate at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, focused on human rights initiative, conducting fieldwork and research on civil society. Her wide-ranging career also includes assignments at the United States Agency for International Development and with the National Security Council in the White House. So I think that's like a big deal. At USAID, Smith held a number of positions, most recently as Deputy Assistant to the Administrator in the Bureau of Policy, Planning, and Learning. She also co-led the team that created the seminal USAID 2013 Democracy, Human Rights, and Governance Strategy, which is applied across the approximately 100 counties where not counties, this is not North Carolina, where USAID works. Other positions she held at USAID included Senior Policy Analyst, Deputy Coordinator for Middle East Transportation Response during the Arab Spring, and Senior Field Advisor for Democracy and Governance. Smith served on the National Security Council as Director for Afghanistan and Pakistan Affairs and Senior Director for Governance and Law at the Asia Foundation. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, we're just moving around the globe here. She was a spokesperson for the UN High Commission for Refugees. In Afghanistan, now we're back again, she was Assistant Country Representative for the Asia Foundation, where she also directed the foundation efforts to assist Afghanistan in holding its first post-Taliban elections. Smith earned a bachelor's degree in government from the University of Texas and a master's degree in the best discipline, political science, from Texas State University. So with that, let's please welcome Barbara Smith.
I was wearing a mask. My husband has COVID. I do not. I tested, but out of an abundance of caution, I wanted to wear a mask for today. Just set these and hand those to you. I'm going to need them at the end. So I am actually super happy right now because I have two passions. One is elections and the other is climate change and environmental preservation. So I am so happy to be here. But seriously, I'm really thankful to Catawba College for hosting this event. Thankful to the Commission on the Future for North Carolina Elections. And I just want to thank the members of the Commission for volunteering your time and expertise. You could be doing a lot of other things, but you're doing this. And I know how time consuming this must be. And so just on behalf of the Carter Center, I just want to thank you. I also want to thank my dear colleagues, Jennifer Roberts and Bob Orr, for the work that you all have done with the North Carolina Network for Fair, Safe, and Secure Elections. It has been, I think now, set it up 4 years ago now, almost close to 4 years ago. And it's been an incredible journey that I've had a chance to take with you all. So really appreciate the work that you've done. I also wanted to, I want to do a couple things here in the next few minutes. I want to talk a little bit about the history of the Carter Center, how it relates to what we're doing here, what you all are doing here. Talk a little bit about why this challenge matters, and why it's significant, and then bring us back home to President Carter once again at the end. So for those of you who don't know a lot about the Carter Center, President Carter's original vision was about creating a non-governmental hub for dispute resolution and a space where people with opposing views could come together to settle their differences. It was for him a unique place where peace could be furthered. So in his post-presidency back in 1982, he established the Carter Center in Atlanta, and he probably never thought, to be honest, at that point, that the center that was supposed to be focused on conflict resolution and democracy strengthening would actually be needed here at home, here in the United States. Yet the world we live in today looks very different than the one in 1982. And as a student of global international politics, if I take you back to 1982, if you remember, that was when the world was experiencing a third democratic wave. You know, there were more and more democracies every year. And so it was just a different time, right? Different time and place. But things change. President Carter was fond of quoting his high school teacher, Miss Julie Coleman, because as she put it, we must adjust to changing times and still hold to unchanging principles. And he would quote her all the time. And I just love that quote. And again, I don't have to tell you things have certainly changed. According to I'm just going to share some statistics with you that we use a lot. We use something called the Freedom House's annual Freedom in the World Index to really look at places, not just the United States, but countries around the world in terms of how healthy are their democracies and their political and civil spaces. In the context of that, the U.S. has decreased by 14 points on a 100-point scale since 2010. Overall, if you read the news, it's no surprise to know that actually we've been in democratic decline now, so very different than 82. We've been in democratic decline globally for about 18 years. In terms of the United States, where does that put us in that space? We have a score of 83, so B minus, not too bad, but it does leave us alongside Panama, Croatia, and Romania, and we're still far behind our peers in North America and Western Europe. So where does the Carter Center fit into all of this? Well, so we've been in sort of this gradual democratic decline around the world, and in 2020, as we were seeing increased polarization here at home, political rhetoric tensions increasing, our now a CEO who's Paige Alexander, she was returning from the Europe to the U.S. and she had a conversation with President Carter about whether we could take what we've learned overseas and try to apply it here in the United States to address some of the same issues we've seen around the world. And he said yes. And it's at that point that we really decided to commit our work to rebuilding trust, strengthening democratic norms, and increasing transparency and civic participation here in the U.S. through all of our, and in partnership with many, many others. We can't do this kind of work alone. So today, where are we now? In 2024, we see that in spite of our efforts, the risk of identity-based violence in the United States remains high. The events of this past weekend that Jennifer talked about this morning in Pennsylvania are painful evidence of this. And beyond that, conflicts in school boards, meetings, police shootings, violence that targets people based on race, religion, they all have the potential to trigger wider violence. And I know a lot of us in this room are worried about that. And looking forward with the outcome of the 2024 election, we're worried, right? We're concerned that the outcome, however it goes, may prompt a backlash and possibly violence from the losing side. Echoes of these national trends that I mentioned are present in North Carolina, according to a June survey commissioned by the Carter Center. 32% of adults in this state express little to no confidence in the state's elections. 15% agree that things could occur in the 2024 election that would justify a violent response. 15%. The democratic backsliding happening in our country is one aspect of a broader global rise in populist authoritarianism. While the U.S. has long aspired to serve as a beacon of freedom for the world, this erosion of democracy that's global, national, and local is negatively impacting the perception of the U.S. Across the globe. So for us, there are many reasons we're doing this work. It's important to do it intrinsically here in the United States, but it's also important for us to be able to say we're working on these issues when we as the Carter Center are working around the world on democracy, whether it's in Africa or the Middle East. So what happens here can have a really profound effect on global drift toward authoritarianism. And if I'm honest, speaking as American, you heard from my bio, I've worked in lots of conflict zones around the world, having that comparative perspective. The times are frightening to me, but that's why we're here. The Carter Center is approaching these changes, and these challenging times with the unchanging principles. We're really trying to live those, that sort of President Carter value. And if you'll indulge me for a moment, just to give you a little bit more of a sense of the Carter Center's values and principles, I want to just read a couple of these. One, the Carter Center values the courage to break new ground, fill vacuums, and address the most difficult problems in the most difficult situations. The Carter Center recognizes that solving difficult problems requires careful analysis. We've talked a lot about analysis this morning that we have, but also relentless persistence. Again, these are not easy problems to solve, and the recognition that failure is an acceptable risk. We're not going to succeed at everything, but we must commit ourselves to trying. We are strongly nonpartisan, and we seek to work collaboratively with other organizations from the highest levels of government to local communities. I'm going to talk about this a little bit more in a moment, but you should, I think, does everyone have one of these?
Yes.
Okay, so this is just a little sheet that is a geographic representation of all the work that we're doing across the United States. And a couple things I would mention about this is this only represents, of course, part of what's happening. We heard, just in North Carolina about all of the other organizations like the League of Women Voters, giving another shout out to because I'm such a huge fan. But many other organizations are working here in North Carolina. We are also working with many other organizations and entities across the U.S. Just to mention a couple, in the west, of the country, we're partnering with Western states. In the Northeast, we're partnering with an organization called Bridging Divides, and these groups have been meeting together to kind of talk about how we make sure that no state remains untouched. So there are certainly places we want to concentrate a little bit more, but we really are reliant on partners, and we're sharing information and ideas about what has worked, what has resonated in these conversations, whether it's about civic education, electoral reform, or other issues. So that's really been important for us to do, and we couldn't do it without, again, the world-class experts that we have as partners on these issues, down from the grassroots all the way up to President Carter himself, and in his vision. So the other thing, the reason I think that we felt it was important to be involved was a sense of moral obligation to act out of a sense of service to our country and our fellow Americans, but also, again, to maintain the credibility of that work that we're doing abroad. I would say that my experience abroad has given me hope. The work that the Carter Center has done has given me hope, and makes me sort of have a very positive outlook in spite of all the challenges. We've seen through our work across decades in many countries that have experienced civil war or conflict or divided societies. We've seen them move forward toward peace and toward healing and better understanding across society. So for all our faults here in the U.S. too, American history is filled with periods where we've expanded rights, expanded voter access, and increased liberty. And we still see a lot of that happening today. So as trying as this national moment might be, of course, the sensational often tracks the headlines. Our history has demonstrated time and time again that citizens coming together can change our state and our country for the better. It's sort of my fervent hope that the work of this commission can help give voice to the majority of Americans. So not that minority that I talked about, but the majority of Americans who surveys do suggest, right, that still have strong confidence in American democracy and want to live together in a prosperous and free society. In this Carter Center survey from last month, the other thing I wanted to mention, so moving to the positive, is that 68% of North Carolinians were still confident in your state's elections, and an overwhelming 85% asserted that there was nothing, absolutely nothing surrounding this year's elections that could justify violence. And a lot of you are familiar with these statistics. I just wanted to emphasize them. So the work of the commission, from my perspective, is smart and strategic. And it's an effort to lift the conversation about elections out of the partisanship and into these pristine waters that we want to be in of good governance. And I actually hope that we can learn from you all and replicate this, further in other states around the country. So I want to say and reemphasize, you all may not know this, but I know, Jennifer, you all have conversations with our other state leads, and we're really learning from each other and really trying to build on the work that you're doing. So with that, this work is really, it's giving me personally a lot of hope, which is part of actually the Carter Center tagline is to build hope. So I'd like to end with a few words from President Carter. I mentioned I would bring it back. This is from his Nobel Peace Prize acceptance speech, and it seems rather fitting at this moment. We can choose to alleviate suffering. We can choose to work together for peace. We can make these changes, and we must. So thank you all for your work. I'm looking forward to the rest of the day's discussions, and I did want to mention we have some little goodies, gifts for you guys to take back. We've got a Carter Center notebook as well as these. I'm going to put this on so you can see. It's probably going to be too big, but these awesome hats that we made for President Carter's 99th birthday. He'll be celebrating his 100th this year. So I was super excited about that. Glad to have you take those with you. Thank you again for your time. Thank you for everything you're doing. I really say that from the bottom of my heart. It's just so inspiring. So thanks. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, so on the way out at the end of the day, yeah. So at the end of the day, we'll have the caps and the notebooks for you all.
Thank you so much, Barbara. We're going to dive now back into the committee reports. Myron, if you'll come up, and we have here the voter access and registration committee.
Good afternoon, everyone. I've often wondered, is it better to be the first speaker right before lunch, the last, or the speaker right after lunch? So I guess we'll test it here. So this is the shoulders I stand on here. Mike, I had a great committee. Just wonderful workers, great with research. So a lot of what I'm presenting is based on their research. You can see where it says number of meetings there, and I put several. That's how you know I'm a journalist and not an elections worker. Because y'all cannot get away with several. So I can. Okay. So let me tell you about this lady, Gertrude Stackhouse, age 102 at the time of this picture. I got a call on the phone. I'm the opinion editor at the Fayetteville Observer. I got a call on the phone from someone pitching a story idea, and most of the calls I get, they're pretty good ideas, but sometimes there's one that just doesn't sound believable. The person who pitched the story is a minister. I don't know if that gives him more credibility or less credibility. My wife's a minister, so I say more. But he was telling me that his mother, 102, was going to vote for the first time. I'd actually like to see if any of y'all known a voter, first time voter that old. I figure if I can't find it in this room, maybe she is the oldest. But in any case, it was 2020 was the year. You can see the mask. It was the COVID year on top of that. So, but she I think it was a conversation. She was interested in it, and her family encouraged that interest. Gertrude Stackhouse. I put her up there because one reason I got on this committee was voting access was not guaranteed for everybody. My parents are 81 and 82. When they were first eligible to vote, age-wise, they couldn't. They grew up in Georgia, where, home of the Carter Center. So that's why it's important to me. And I would say that same spirit really drove a lot of my committee members. So what we looked at was guess what it says there. What barriers exist to voting for North Carolinians who fall into certain groups that make them vulnerable? We looked at disabled and senior voters, voters who were felons and eligible to regain their right to vote, voters facing language barriers, college-age voters, and other transient voters, to include our large military community. And of course, Fayetteville, we have Fort Liberty. I've seen our rank in terms of how many military people we have vary. I've seen 3. I think the latest is 4. That's 4th in the country of military people. And of course, Fort Liberty is very huge. I'm speaking of North Carolina. So we wanted to address those barriers. What changes or additional resources could we propose to knock down some of these barriers? We did our research on it, and I'm glad that the Civic Education Committee preceded us, because a lot of what we concluded was, like many of you have concluded, that North Carolina does a lot right. But we have to make people understand, help people understand what we're doing, who are the people doing it, and get that information out of there. So I believe I'm sure the next phase of our committee before our final report is to coordinate more of civic education and get some of their information and work with them. These are some of our resources. I won't read them all. They're up there. And this is just a sampling. This is not by any means exhaustive. Some of the things we looked at. I jazzed up the presentation a little bit, but that sticker there is Cumberland County had a contest for youth to design the voting sticker. And we had not had that before. I actually wrote a story about it. I don't know what design won, actually. I need to follow up on it. but that's why that's there. So some of our ideas, we looked at it, we put it in pools of goals and then recommendations. So we looked at improving accessibility for disabled veterans and senior citizens. Expanding curbside voting was a big one. That's for you, Tony. I know one of my committee members, he's huge on that, me as well. Of course, Ms. Stackhouse would have otherwise used curbside voting, but for her, she had, someone who could wheel her in. The whole process took maybe about 20 minutes. I would call it a voting success story. In our draft report, I talked about someone on the other end of the spectrum, age-wise, young college student in North Carolina Central University, a publication affiliated with Duke. I'm a UNC guy, but I'll give Duke credit for that one. They did a good job on it. But it was about how just some issues she was having because she had moved home temporarily to Raleigh, then back to Durham. It took her going to 3 different polling stations, same year, same election, before she finally got it worked out. So those are that's the other end of the spectrum in many ways we want to get worked out here. So the recommendations include, one of the recommendations that really the committee came up with is, I've kind of heard why it would be difficult to implement is a site navigator or expert, or someone, I say an expert, someone who knows all about how the voting for disabled or people with less access works, who can just act as almost like an ambassador. And financial realities are that a lot of counties would not be able to, afford that person. But I think it's a goal that we could look at. Of course, expand mail-in voting and plain language signage. I heard in the Civic Education Committee them mention standardized voting materials, voter materials to educate, and that is a big one for us as well. Uh, uh, our processes are good, but not everywhere can people learn about these processes in a way that they can access. And of course, that goes right to felons and restoring their voting rights. I have covered in my time former felons who are re-entering. And if you know something about the process, you're given a lot of information. And a lot of it is related to trying to get employed, trying to get a roof over their head. So voting is not necessarily top of mind. So we want to look at ways that we could get, again, these standardized materials and someone to reach out to them. A lot of nonprofits do this already, but a more coordinated effort. So wherever you live in North Carolina, because obviously we've had justice involved people in all 100 counties where they can get this information. We looked at language translation services. We're a little bit limited in what we can do here in North Carolina. Right now, I think the only other language where you could have a ballot in a different language is Spanish. But if we look at certain communities where there are there are large populations of people speaking different languages, work on materials, ballots, and education resources. And then, I'm sure, let me go back here. Yeah, I repeated the one about felons. I apologize. But yeah, so voter education resources, focus on languages are prevalent among North Carolinians. And of course, there's going to be a little bit of a regional spin to that. Then we looked at college students. I know we do a lot of work, civic education, in terms of getting them registered to vote, giving them information. Fayetteville State University, which is a historically Black university in Fayetteville, they do, or did, during the pandemic year, they did some registration drives and so forth. They had a walk to the polls event that was extremely well attended. So whenever possible, get that robust education and outreach, including the registration drives. And then we want to look at, there actually are a lot of similarities between the challenges that college voters and military voters face. In the documentary, I was able to see the screening last night. And one part of it was, and as was mentioned, it follows the COVID year, the Rhode Island elections officials. And in one scene, in a pretty powerful scene to me among several in the movie, was a voter trying to get the people in Rhode Island to figure out where the state he last voted in his information. You know what state it happened to be? North Carolina. And it's nothing to do with North Carolina. It's just that there isn't a system really to where the states coordinate and they could find who voted where. And that, of course, affects our military members who move around frequently. So we would like to see some kind of system that can compare North Carolina voter lists with those from other states. ERIC is one that has been talked about a lot. We believe it has great potential. It was floated for a time here, but as noted, there's political headwinds. One of the two parties is not thrilled about it, but from what we've seen, it's a pretty effective way. So if it's not ERIC, some system like that. And so our main conclusion here, that hat, by the way, is my, I wear it everywhere. I just actually did an interview with the Carter Center people and forgot to put it on. But I do have it with me. And my view is that if I get, there it is, right? Thank you, Jennifer. If it gets one person to vote, maybe they just forgot, oh, is there a vote? You know, as we talked about, there's particularly some primary votes that people don't even know there's a vote. If it gets one person to vote, it would have done its job. Unequal participation can result from higher barriers to voting faced by some groups, and electoral systems should be designed and administered to lessen these barriers to promote equal access. That's from one of our research documents in the MIT election lab, which does great work. So we agree with that. So if anyone has any questions, I'm welcome to, I am listening. Thank you.
All right, up next, Steve, James, taking over for, yeah, perfect.
Yes. Yep. Hey, great. I'm James Hardaway. Thanks for allowing us to be here. Want to, of course, as everyone has, thank Jennifer, who's been our team coach, as well as Team Capon, who has kept us square for all of our meetings. I kind of feel after I've met a few of you today and over the last few weeks, like the rookie in the room. I got introduced to the group last fall. Jennifer brought me in. I was introduced to her through some work I did through some veteran nonprofits and some work. And so she brought me in, asked me to be a commissioner. I said, cool, that sounds great. And then the next question was, okay, will you lead one of the committees? I said, sure, under one condition. You partner me with an actual professional who knows what he's doing. And so she did that. So Dr. Steve Tate has kind of been my partner in crime, but you can see the group, a couple friendly faces in the room today. Good to see from our committee. So the work we're going to show is absolutely draft, as everyone has said, but it's really a product of what this group has done. And I don't know, Myron, is 6 several, or is that just under the cut line for?
Oh, that's several.
All right, great. Okay, so obviously our committee, which has a really long and cumbersome name, is really about digital infrastructure security, if I were to paraphrase. And so a very tech forward topic that not everybody is comfortable diving right into if you don't work in that field every day. And so a little bit about our process. Initially, we kind of had to educate ourselves on what the challenge was, what the voters see as a challenge before we could really attack what we thought this problem was. And so this is kind of a quick, we did basically a lit review of sources that were out there, public, private. The first 3 is really our public input. And so we have had a couple of town halls for the commission that we sat in. Dr. Tate actually sat a panel for those. We've looked at old surveys from past years. We know there's a survey in the works now that we've submitted questions to. And so as we get those results, we will update our paper if necessary. And then as you get below those top 3 are really those state, national organizations that really have some great resources out there on cybersecurity. If you haven't been to the CISA website, they do some great toolkits if you're running local elections or just want to understand election security, jump on their page. And then we also brought into our committee a couple of real subject matter experts that helped us to understand some of the challenges. So Tori Crass, who's the chief risk officer for the state, helped us understand because he really runs the infrastructure security program for the state. We brought in a board of elections supervisor, and then the commission brought in legal counsel. And so as you'll see in a couple slides, legal has a role to play when it comes to the technology that we use in our elections. And so after we kind of taught ourselves a little bit about what election and digital security really means, we kind of came up with a broad framework of topics we wanted to attack for this year of work. And so, you know, it's not an exhaustive list. We only have so many people and so much time, but these kind of rose to the top of what we thought would be pretty important for this first year's study. So again, understanding the tech side, cyber attacks, machine security, website vulnerabilities, those are usually the top 3 that people tend to gravitate to. But then as you get down, you start seeing other topics that hit a lot of other committees in the group, everything from list maintenance to audit processes to the life of a ballot. And so we kind of touched on those a little bit, trying not to get into the weeds of other committees, but they are digitally significant. And so as we looked at how the system works today, it was actually relatively simple, which in a tech forward topic you wouldn't necessarily expect, but it's actually a good thing. So 2 basic statutes guide how we use technology in our elections. The first one, which doesn't sound like technology at all, but really influence what we do, is that every North Carolina voter has a paper ballot. And so not all states necessarily have that, but we have that. And hopefully that stays, you know, as technology advances, that may not be the case 10 or 15 years down the road, but having a 1 ballot per voter really helps when technology fails. It helps you do ballots, audits. It helps you, if there's tight contest, you need something that a voter touched to really prove that their vote was their vote. And so that first statute really matters in technology. And then the second one, which says that no system that touches a ballot can touch the internet, which is also very key. And it's also one of the lesser known facts that most of our voters don't understand, because there's a lot of fears about what can change a vote, hacking systems, that sort of case. I work elections. I've been an election volunteer for a couple of cycles now. We have voters come in, they see a cable running out of the tabulator and they say it's on the internet. I'm like, no, sir, that's a power cable. But it's because they don't know and don't understand. And you'll see that's a big theme of ours as well as other people is civic engagement and teaching. Really, I think at the end of this, we just all consolidate all of our issues, give them to Lucy and her committee, can take them all and fix them.
No pressure.
But in addition to the two basic laws, which are very simple and forward, there's a list of guidance that comes out of our state board, which are very good in guiding how we do digital security. And my key takeaway from this slide is actually in its simplicity. Technology changes very fast. Moore's law in the old days, which is probably not even relevant anymore, was that technology increased at least double about every 18 months. It's probably even faster than that now. There's no way that our legal system can keep up with that. And so hopefully in North Carolina, our laws stay broad enough where they allow us to adapt and update and advance and modernize without being constricted. Because they start getting restrictive, and then you're actually going to stop modernization, you're going to stop progress. And so the simplicity to me is really the key takeaway from where our policies are today. But yeah, so this is how it works today. Fairly simple, straightforward, but gives us the space to modernize when necessary. And so from that education, from understanding where we are today, and public feedback, we saw three kind of big ideas float to the top. The first one, which is kind of a two-parter, is really understanding digital security in depth. People hear cybersecurity, that stuff, and they glaze over. It doesn't mean anything to them. And they always think tech first and don't necessarily realize that the reason why our elections are as safe as they are digitally is because we have layered protection. It isn't just technology focused, because as we know earlier today, technology fails. And so technology will continue to fail. Every election, technology will fail. But we have layered systems in place in North Carolina that prevent it. And so the first is people. We train people in every election cycle to handle what they're supposed to handle. The second is processes. Those that have worked elections know that we've got checks and balances, multiple processes. There is no single point of failure, and those processes matter. And then the third is technology, is we have good systems that run through a battery of tests that have to be certified and validated before they can touch a ballot. And so those three things, people, processes, and technology, is really what our digital security is all about. But nobody understands it. If you don't work inside that system, the general public doesn't understand that we've got those checks and balances, and that's a gap. Part two of understanding digital security is the technology itself. It's hard to understand how that ballot box works, how the networks and systems work that track our voters to make sure one can't vote in one polling place, leave and vote in another polling place, how we can prevent that. And so there's a gap in understanding how our technology works, what equipment we use. Every time I've worked since the last few cycles, someone brings up Dominion voting machines. It happens every election because there's a fear based on bad messaging that that's what everybody uses and they're going to fail and they're going to be hacked. And so understanding digital security in depth was problem number one that flew to the top. Issue number two, and this touches other people's communities as well, is confidence in what happens to your ballot. Once you put it in the box, what happens to it? Because they don't get a receipt, they get a sticker, but for many that's not convincing enough that that their vote is going to be counted, especially with all the information and bad information that's out there. And so knowing what happens, and from a technology standpoint, knowing that, it goes in there, it's scanned, it's collected, it's secured, and there's a chain of custody from that until it gets down to the county seat. And understanding that, your common voter doesn't understand that process, and it scares them when they put their ballot into the DST and they don't get anything back but a sticker. They want a receipt. We're in 2024, they have receipts for everything, and they want proof that they voted. And then lastly, voter list maintenance was part of our charter as well from the technology side, but transparency in voter list maintenance and how that voter list is maintained, updated, changed is a challenge. People don't understand how that process works, and their biggest fear is that when changes happen, they don't know about it. They're fearful that their name can be removed. They're fearful that people who shouldn't be voting are being added to that list, or when boundaries change, they're just going to fall off and not be accountable. And so understanding what happens to our voter rolls is a big fear. That's really small. And so from those three challenges, we kind of came away with our kind of big conclusions or recommendations that we would move forward. And again, as we continue our draft out the year, these may be updated. But today it's really about voter engagement and helping our voters understand how our system works. Because our big takeaway, bottom line, is that North Carolina has a very secure voting system. I'm a technology guy. I've worked it my entire life. Steve has. I'm trained to see the bad things that could happen in technology. And I've talked to the experts, and I feel very safe about how now working on the inside as an election poll worker, I'm very secure in how I feel about our elections. The public is not. I talk to voters every day, from my family to my friends to people who come out and vote every cycle, and they just don't understand how it works. And so a concerted program to inform our voters. I work out of Wake County, and they have a great website, great program, but we always have to do more. And so I think what we can, anything we can do to help the common voter understand what happens to their ballot, how the system works, would be helpful. And then some transparency in how we check and balance ourselves on election technology. From our auditing, all those things should be public knowledge on how we check our systems. When there are failures, the public should know about that. They should know how we fix those problems. And so I just think we need to do a better job of being more upfront with the public on how we check ourselves and make sure things continue to work. And then one thing we're continuing to look at, I'll put this kind of at the end, under issues remaining, resources. And so funding was kind of our number 4 topic, and we're still digging into, but the technology we have that works and the process we have aren't free. They never are. We get some funding at the state level each year. We have, there was some COVID funding through the CARES Act that came in a couple cycles. Help America Vote Act came in and gives us a little bit of money every year, but that's for all of election infrastructure. That's not just cybersecurity. And to continue to update, to continue to advance and modernize takes funding. And so figuring out a way to get dedicated funding at the state level that can then be pushed down to the county level is the only way we're going to stay on top of this. And right now that decision changes every year because the funding changes every year. And then hiring the experts who implement these security checks is not inexpensive either. And then the last one, again, on voter list maintenance, again, about a campaign of learning and public engagement is, each cycle, people need to be reminded to go in and check your voter records. They're fearful about, that's online, it's a website, it can be hacked, it can be changed. We're working to prevent that. It is being prevented, but people need to be reminded on a regular basis, go check your voter records. I check mine every cycle because you just never know what could happen. Technology. So that's our committee's draft report at this point. I'll take any questions, Jeff.
We have 2 minutes for any questions.
I have more of a comment. I can just say I'm very encouraged to hear you say that about the security of our vote. It is one thing that I assumed that was the case. The one thing I'm a Luddite about is paper ballots. That is the most secure way right now. And so I knew we had that backstop, but it's very good and very encouraging to hear that. And I will do what I can to get that message out.
Questions or comments? Okay. Thank you so much. All right, next we have Shawnee with mail-in ballots. Something North Carolina has no controversy over mail-in ballots, right? None, especially in 2018, 2019, is that right?
Hey, hi, everyone. First of all, I wanted to thank everybody for the opportunity to even sit as a chair to this dynamic committee of really intelligent people and people that had come to the table to really listen and want to learn from one another and also come up with some possible solutions. When I started this, I just wanted to make sure that I knew, and everybody else knew that this is probably the most contentious issue in elections today is mail-in voting. And when I approached it, I'm a very direct person, and I wanted to make sure that my team felt very secure in their opinions and that everybody's opinion was welcome. I felt strongly that the people there in the room are a mirror image of what we're seeing, in the general population. And I wanted those conversations to reflect that. The same conversations, the same doubt, the same anger, if so, of what is happening around the kitchen table that you don't get a chance to hear except within your own little circle. So that's what we did. The main resources that we used were, we contributed, of course, to the survey that we took, state mail-in voting comparisons. We looked at how Oregon handled their drop boxes. We looked at voter temperament surveys, which were very interesting, that really described people's feelings towards certain types of voting methods. We looked at the mail-in voter data from the Board of Elections for our state from 2004 to present. And in that voter data, it also showed demographics, political affiliation, and race and ethnicity. And then there was also the personal shared experiences that many of us have had, our perceptions about certain things. And we just had a pretty wide variety of the data that we pulled from. Topics discussed, of course, were everything how it related to current events, the different cultural changes over time, difficult public discourse that we're seeing out, in our nation and also within our state. We looked at current laws and rules governing mail-in voting, the public awareness and education efforts, the perceptions and attitudes towards mail-in voting specifically, accessibility and security, of course, came to the top of the list of concerns when related to mail-in voting. And specifically on the security, we really tackled two things, which were signature verifications and ballot drop boxes, which we all know that in the past election period, those two topics were a huge issue. And how all of that impacts public trust. So we were informed by, of course, Section 163-231 of the general statutes. That's where we got most of our information and how the process of mail-in voting takes place. And here's a little bit of our data that we pulled from the state. In overall, there's a very low participation rate within North Carolina in mail-in ballots, mail-in voting, except for 18% of the general elections were in 2020 that rose to 18% because of COVID, of course, and the rule changes. And then as you can see, which I find very interesting, I'll have to step out. From 2004 to 2016, you can see mail-in voting. The majority by far were Republicans that voted mail-in voting. And very, very small rates used by independents and Democrats. Democrat voting fluctuated. But you can see a stark difference starting in 2016 when it shifted. It shifted dramatically. It went from Republicans majority utilizing it. Look how far it went down to 2022, down to 19%. That is a massive change. And there are reasons for that, and we can speculate that, and that's for another day. We speculated that in our conversations of all the things that could contribute to that, and you don't have to be super educated to know. of where that came from, some of the public discourse that was happening, some of the things that happened because of media, all of that we discussed in our group. The next data chart that we have was based upon demographics. And I found this interesting that over time since 2004, by far, non-Hispanic whites were the main ones that utilized mail-in voting. And it's really been consistent across the board, up to even 84%, or no, 89% of those that voted via mail-in, absentee, were non-Hispanic whites. And you can see the very low rates for Black Americans and other races, very, very low across the board, very little change, if any. You can speculate for that reason too. Maybe distrust in, the systems for Black Americans. I do know, I wanted to share that during the election year, this past time, I am administrator to my Facebook group of our neighborhood, which consists about 167 brand new homes. And so I can see the chatter on the Facebook group. It's very private, but it's a lot of chatter on there. People are very, very involved in our community. By far, the whites in the neighborhood did not speak of the election at all. Whether they were Democrat or Republican, it didn't matter. They just didn't speak as much. But Black Americans, they were all out to vote. They made sure everybody knew where to go. They made sure they knew the dates, the addresses. This is our precinct. Make sure you get out to vote. So they vote in person. And to me, even though I don't have the solid data, but from my own personal experience, that's why we see a low rate. They vote in person. Whatever reasons. We came together and we decided that what do we all care about? Where do we start from? What's our value assumptions here before we move forward? And security, of course, was paramount to election integrity. We felt that accessibility and voter participation was paramount. We all agreed that transparency in the rulemaking and also enforcement in particular was important within our elections and how they made those decisions at the state level. And there was also some chatter, not much, but some chatter about the Postal Service and delivery reliability. I know that from my work on the board in Orange County, it would be very frustrating to me to get ripped up and torn up ballots or stained in wet ballots and smeared results. So Postal Service and delivery reliability were an issue. So some of the big ideas, of course, signature verification. We have a pilot program within our state. The benefits of that was, that when you think about signature verification, you're conducting your due diligence. You're making sure that every ballot is signed. It's signed by that one person and the two witnesses or a notary. So it's very important in the verification of somebody's identity. I like to put our signatures over there by our Declaration of Independence, because back in the day, signatures were you. That was how they identified you. They did not have technology. And you were taught from a very young age to sign your name, and that was your signature for the rest of your life. And even though I'm 57 now, I remember my mother teaching me the same thing. She would have me sit down at the table and make nice circles and make sure that they were all level. And that she said I had to choose my signature because that was very important, because that's how they tell you that you are who you are. Well, that's what they did. And when we look at signature verification, it's prevention. It's prevention of, that something is wrong. Were they the person who voted? There's all sorts of implications. So we do our due diligence. And that right there, that action impacts public trust. It's that one extra step. Despite its flaws, it impacts public trust. But the challenges are, and I wrote, here's my signatures on any given day. Can you tell which one I have when I don't have coffee? I used an S Pen on this particular one. This is very important because when you're applying for, you requesting a mail-in ballot, you have a couple choices. You can go in person and sign your name, or you can do it online. And usually what do you do online? You're using your mouse, you're using your finger, you're using an S Pen. How in the world are you going to verify somebody's signature at any given time with a technology that we have? Would that throw out my vote? Any kind of software? There's no guarantee. And that's me right there. The second one happens to be when I go to the grocery store and I don't have time. I just slide it across. So, and then also what you have to look at is the varying budget allocations throughout the counties. We have 100 counties here. We all have an independent board of elections, and we have different governing bodies that like to work with us or not. And so how are you guaranteeing your resources and training and enforcement of all of that? And it's consistent across the 100 counties. That's an issue. That's a challenge. And that compliance with state and federal election laws. The next big pilot program is not in existence yet. We had a big to-do about drop boxes. Drop boxes, you know, it can enhance accessibility. And we had several people that it mattered about accessibility and others that mattered about security over accessibility. And that's just the truth of it. Which one would you want? Which one comes up top? And can you have both? So the benefits are enhancing the accessibility if we had drop boxes. It incorporate in that we could incorporate security measures, both tamper evidence seals, things like that. And then there's the challenges of drop-off boxes. The chain of custody is one. Varying budget allocations again. What kind of box are you going to have? Is it going to be a big one? Is it going to be heavy? Is it going to be inside of a building? Is it going to be outside of a building? And then consistency and compliance again across all states, all 100 states. And the committee agreed with all of our differences in that, which were significant. We agreed that maybe we could implement a pilot program for drop boxes just for the data purposes, just to see how it actually would work. And of course, not on a huge election year, but maybe on a smaller scale, and see where that might go. There would be value in discovering the data. Then essential to public trust, of course, is the accessibility. And again, I don't have to belabor this. It's intuitive, targeted awareness, assistive devices for people that have disabilities. I put in there, improve the state board of election website. I think it's terrible. It's very confusing. It's very deep. It's like a sea. And so we can make it more simplified and a better user experience. And not all board of election websites across our counties are good either. They're loaded with old, you put in a search into Google and you'll get an old page. And that should not happen. That's where confusion happens. And better communication possibly through direct text if you want it, or email, so that it's more targeted and more consistent communication. A thing about the delivery for the prepaid postage, we talked about prepaid postage envelopes, but I found in our statutes that it's actually against the law to have a prepaid postal envelope, because it states that the postage must be at the voter's expense. And that on the other end is that if it is in an official envelope, a ballot envelope, the post office must deliver it. So it's happening anyway. But if you made it official, the problem would be who's going to pay for it. And so maybe some things are best left untouched. Okay. The main conclusions here is that really what we found, and I truly believe this, is that North Carolina leads the nation in election integrity, the election processes. We really do a good job. And one of the ways that we can see that is look at us all here. We're very committed in finding out the process, finding out what people feel about it. We really are doing our due diligence to try to make it better and more secure. And we did agree that the education awareness piece to this is probably the most vital in promoting public trust, because remember that that's what we're here for, is to increase public trust. That's the purpose of this. And I think that we really don't do very well with the information out there. And then lastly, that finding the appropriate balance between accessibility and security, upholding the highest standards in election integrity. How do you balance that? On that note, that's it.
Any general quick questions? Yep.
Appreciate your point about the signatures, your signatures. Do you have any results from the pilot program that was in several counties this year?
No results yet, although I did speak with Rachel Raper, who is my director in my county of Orange County. She's our Board of Elections director, executive director. She's wonderful. And I asked her about that on Friday, had a long conversation with her. And the only thing that she came out and actually said is that the technology that's being used, at least in Durham, is not coming out very well. It's spitting out actual, signatures right and left. It's not registering. And that doesn't surprise me. Does it surprise you? There's too many variables in somebody's, it's just that simple. So.
And my understanding, I think I recall an article in the press, the state board was having also a lot of difficulty finding a vendor whose technology would be able to handle the process and be able to do it accurately and with security. Andy, you've got.
I could speak that. Just a second. They actually haven't been able to conduct the test yet. They were supposed to do it in the primary elections, but they haven't gotten a vendor, so they haven't run the test yet. They're planning on running the test in 10 counties, I think, in the general election. There has been a recent change in the law that unless there's some negative result in the test program, they're going to go ahead and do a full implementation in the next election cycle in 2026. If there's really bad results in the test when they do conduct the test, maybe they'll change that.
Hi, just to follow up on that.
Yeah.
The testing in the 10 counties that were chosen for the signature verification pilot program has taken place.
Yes.
The report for that has not been written. The results of that have not been gathered.
That's right.
So the legislation that we're hearing about that I think is going to happen is those same 10 counties are going to test again in November.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where we are right now.
Yeah. And that's what Rachel was referring to, is that just in her relationship with the other director, it wasn't turning out too good. So
I hesitate to say that because I don't have that data. And I think we don't do any, none of us do yet, but certainly, as you pointed out, signatures are. Yeah, it's a hairy little animal.
Yes, yes it is.
All right.
Anything else?
We got 2 more questions and I promise we'll take a break.
I would just like to clarify a couple of things about the discussion of signature verification. I manage signature verification of vote by mail ballots for over 25 years using automation and using human beings to review. And even in the test, I'm pretty sure this is true, that if the automation can't recognize a signature, the ballot's not discarded. It's reviewed by a human being and an independent human decision is made about whether or not the signature is a match. None of the technology that I'm familiar with will get you a really high acceptance rate. So expectations about what's acceptable, should be part of a discussion about what does the test mean, the pilot, what do the results of the pilot mean? If you're only looking for a 60% automated match rate, you're probably not going to be too disappointed, but that leaves 40% that still have to be reviewed by a human being. If you're looking at a 99% acceptance rate as your expectation, then you're probably going to be disappointed. And by acceptance rate, I don't mean that the signature is determined to be a match, but that it gives you a confidence rating high enough to know that it is or isn't. So the technology is there to alleviate the burden, but my experience is human beings do a pretty good job. It's not forensic science. It's not, it's not a criminal investigation. And it's usually pretty easy. And looking at your signatures, with all my years of doing this, there's only one I would not have said was not you. Okay, because your S's are always the same, except for that one.
Yeah, that third
So
one.
the first
Yeah, I
signature is
did that on
always
purpose,
going to
yeah.
be the same.
Yeah. But all those four are actually mine that I use at any given time. Yes.
Shawnee, I have to say you did a terrific job as
Thank you.
our chairman, and I appreciate it because we didn't agree on everything.
That's right.
But you were even-handed about dealing with us. I am not tech savvy, and I've heard some people like James and Andy and some others you that are. To what degree is this AI future get involved in signature verification? I know our systems are not supposed to be on the internet, but I just don't understand how that plays in. And maybe we're going far afield here, but I am curious to know, is that in the future of having to worry about using signature verification software?
Well, let me just answer. I work at Piedmont Community College and we're implementing with NSF an AI cyber program in our school. And we're talking about how AI is changing everything. And the fair answer to that is we don't know. It's going to be advanced and it's going to happen quick. That technology, what you learn within a week, that next week it's completely changed. It's so fast moving. So there may be some elements of AI that's going to play into this. And that does speak, when you're talking AI, you also have to talk about the changes that's going to happen with your public policy internally as organizations and agencies, and how that's going to change the culture even within society. It's going to just be massive. And we really have no clue at this point of the unintended consequences of this. So that's a fair question. I do not have an answer for you except that.
I was going to actually either throw it to Stephen or to James, but I think I will throw it to the next commission on the future of North Carolina elections. Let them deal necessarily with AI in that regard, and we'll just kind of tag along and see what they come up with. We are at a break point. Any further questions? All right. Thank you, Shawnee. Greatly appreciate it. Let's take about we're close to being on time. 7 minutes. 7 minutes. I will count it down on the clock. 7 minutes for a break, and then we will reconvene with early voting. So that is Jim and Mayor Alexander. So we're now at the 7-minute mark. I promised my counter I would be there. So go ahead and get folks in the hallways back to us. All right, so we will reconvene. And next up, our colleagues who dealt with early voting, Jim Morrill and Karen Alexander.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you. And I am going to just turn it over to my co-chair, who actually has done the yeoman's work of this committee. I have participated in the meetings, but he and Jennifer actually
did the report. So I would like to turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And a shout out to other members of the committee who are here and to Jennifer who helped us along and helped do the PowerPoint. So we're talking about early voting. So unlike absentee voting, it's not very controversial. It's pretty popular actually, and getting more so. And we'll show you that in the slide coming up here. But this is the 25th year that we've had early voting in North Carolina, and more people are getting used to it. And even reporters, I was a reporter for the Charlotte Observer, covered this stuff for years. And reporters are getting used to it because we have to do all our background work early or to accommodate the early voters. So these are some of the resources that we used. So the things that we talked about were the length of time for early voting, weekend days, location of early voting sites, resources at early voting sites, number of early voting sites, variations among the counties, and same-day registration. And I'll talk about these. Let's see. We'll just go through some of these. North Carolina's early voting starts on the third Thursday before an election. So we have 17 days of early voting, and the national average is about 20 days according to the National Conference of State Legislatures. So I think most of our committee felt we were pretty much on the money with the length of time. Weekend days, more than half of North Carolina counties will not have Sunday voting this fall. And a shout out to Patrick Gannon at the Board of Elections for some of this information. That includes the smaller counties that don't have Sunday voting, but bigger counties like Henderson, Johnston, and Iredell don't have Sunday voting either. So it kind of varies across the board. Location of early voting sites, and I think one of our conclusions is locations matter. And a comment from a voter at a public hearing, a voter from Chatham County was pretty typical, and this point's been made earlier by other people. Please make voting as easy and accessible for as many people as possible, as often as possible. So it's important to a lot of people. The number of early voting sites varies among counties. 26 counties have a single early voting site. We have 100 counties. Others like Mecklenburg and Wake have multiple sites. Of the counties with a single site, again, most are small, but not all of them. Henderson County, it's the 24th largest county in the state, has one site, one early voting site in Hendersonville. Swain County, which is in the mountains and it's a lot smaller than Henderson County, has 2. So, and one of our members was the mayor of Fletcher, North Carolina, which is in Henderson County, and it's, I don't know if you call it a suburb of Asheville, but it's close to Asheville. And he was making the point that, you know, for people where he lives, and one place where Henderson is growing is near Asheville. So it's less convenient for people in that part of the county to go to Hendersonville to vote early. So this may be a good time to say that while the General Assembly determines length of voting periods, the local county boards make decisions on how many sites there are and where those sites are. So that's why they differ. Same-day registration. North Carolina is one of 22 states with same-day registration, and anecdotally, at least, it seems popular. So let's see. This is the current system and the laws under which the laws are made. The laws about early voting are determined. And this is a chart by Dr. Bitzer that shows, you know, the popularity of early voting. And it's pretty evenly divided now. Like absentee voting, it used to be more popular among Democrats, but now it's getting kind of more widely popular. and Republicans are using it as much as, almost as much as Democrats there. So let's see. So our conclusions, you know, it has bipartisan support. Both parties use it, and it's more and more popular, it seems like. The length of time seems about right to most people on our committee. We had one member arguing for a shorter period of time, but he can explain why if he wants. But I think we're about in the middle of the country in terms of length of early voting. Voters like same-day registration. One conclusion is that the state might consider guidelines for the number and locations of sites. One example is in the March 2024 primary elections. Mecklenburg County had 15 days of early voting at 24 sites. That's one site for every 33,000 people. Bladen County had 22,000 registered voters, had 17 days of early voting at 4 sites, meaning one site for every 5,500 voters. And Bladen County sites were open for both weekend days, Saturday and Sunday. Mecklenburg only had sites open for one full weekend. And this gets to some of the outstanding issues. I don't know if they're different slides. Virtually every county has some weekend voting, but most do not have a Sunday voting. Most counties don't have any Sunday voting. So I guess an issue is should they? I mean, Sunday early voting is very popular for Mecklenburg County. It's really popular in Mecklenburg County for early voting, and churches do it. It gives people another option to vote. So should there be uniform requirements for weekend voting, which now vary by county? Should there be some uniformity among site selections, locations for early voting, whether it's based on population or whatever? You know, it seems like the counties with one. Yeah, too, right? Some of the larger counties with one early voting site might be doing a little disservice to some voters. That's it, unless there's any questions. Judge Orr has one.
I'm the troublemaker on the committee.
You know.
Yes. I have two things to say. One is really not in defense of myself, but I will point out that my general premise and concern for the time frame is the more time in play, the more the mice will play too. And it concerns me that more mischief can occur the longer that time frame is. And that was the only primary concern. And it was voiced in other things, materials we looked at. But I did want to go back to the other thing that I want to point out. I was a big advocate for some type of guidelines for consistency in early voting across all the 100 counties. Using Fletcher as the example, and I was on the Board of Elections in Buncombe County, it is difficult for communities that split counties. And the reason is Fletcher as a city splits Buncombe and Henderson County. So first of all, you got to realize which county you live in. Then you've got to realize where you go vote. Buncombe County had a multitude of places potentially to go and vote. Henderson had the one. So I think that of all the things in our committee that I would want to emphasize, that we need to come up with some type of systematic way that can help counties give ample voting sites early while we help them afford it, which is always a question. And the second thing is so everybody knows the rules. So anyway, that's what I had to say.
Yeah, good points. Judge?
Yeah, the counties with low or minimal number of sites, how many are saying that that's because of financial resources and the lack of the numbers of people coming through versus they just weren't interested in expanding opportunities.
Mayor, can you answer that?
Well, in Rowan County, our early voting is always at the Board of Elections site, which is located inside of the city of Salisbury at West End Plaza. So it is located more generally accessible to everyone in terms of where it's located. And people are used to going to that anyway for all of theirs. But I don't know who made those decisions. In terms of whether it was the Rowan County Board of Election, or was it our county commission's budgeting that would affect that? So I would have to do some research to determine why that decision was made.
Our State Board of Rep,
Yeah, hi. I would just like to point out that to answer that question is that if you look at county election budgets and then you look at labor and you look at the amount of money that it costs to pay early voting workers, there's your answer.
That's what I thought it was.
Okay, thank you.
any other question? Julie, hold on.
Quick one, maybe to tag onto your comment.
Is there, maybe it's just county by county, but looking at the trends or the data on how many people are voting at those early voting sites and having some kind of criteria to say, you know, after so many cycles, if you haven't had X number of voters or some kind of a percentage, you know, I have been in early voting sites that have had very, very few people. And to me, it's a question of, is it in the wrong place or do we need that? You know, so I just don't know if there's any criteria or data that they look at.
Trina, do you want to? And then Jennifer, if you could catch Chris.
Yeah, I mean, you made a great point. There's a lot of data that they should and they do look at. But it's also very hard to figure out what is needed per election because, you know, each election has its own characteristics, right? And I think someone mentioned the second primary recently. Well, the second primary only had Republicans on the ballot. They were the only ones that had second. So every single election is so different. I would love to see ratios in some form and fashion someday, but I better hush because that's my opinion. But that's a good point. But they do look at the history. They look at the type of election. They look at past participation, et cetera. So that's a very good point.
Martha had a question.
Yeah, and I may know some answers to this, but I'm gonna throw it out there anyway, and that's the issue of Sunday voting. What's the deal? What do you find out about Sunday voting? Why aren't counties using Sunday voting? Anybody?
I can tell you, so
I want to
listened-
know what your committee found out.
Okay, because I listened to the State Board of Elections discuss this, but.
Oh, go ahead, Jennifer. Go ahead. Yeah, I'd love it.
Yeah, and it was very interesting. I mean, this is our bullet point said that Sunday voting has become a partisan issue. And for the state board, I listened to the conversation and the people who voted against it said it's the day of Sabbath. They didn't think people should be working on Sunday. They didn't want people to have to think about voting on Sunday. And for the people who are for it said, that's great, it's your Sabbath, but you don't have to vote. There are other people who don't necessarily think that way, who do want to have access. And some people work 6 days a week, 12 hours a day or 10 hours a day and don't necessarily have access. So it has become a partisan, at least from what I heard, the conversation from the State Board of Elections. That's
Chris,
the
did
reason.
you want to?
We have time. But just on the point of consistency, I was just thinking about a lot of us in this room have spent a lot of time looking at these data and trying to figure out like patterns and where early voting sites are and are not. And Jackson, where I live, is kind of an interesting example because I believe we have the fewer voters per site of any state or any county in the state, I believe, right? In other words, we have a lot of sites for a pretty small county. We also have the two sites that I believe are at least at the last cycle, were the closest together of any two early voting sites in the state of North Carolina. But I think it illustrates why sometimes the ratios don't work well. So like some of y'all live in Cashers part-time, and I live in Silva, and to get from Silva to Cashers is, as you know very well, a windy road that takes about 45 minutes. It looks like 15 miles on the map. It takes 45 minutes if you're flying, right? So it's hard to set those. And the reason we have two that are so close together is that the university campus has a polling site, which I'll say I think is a good thing. And then just across the street from campus is a site that is used by more people outside of the community. You say, why can't everybody just use the western site? The answer is because the parking, as you all know, stinks on all college campuses not named Catawba College. So in the summer, when Michael Bitzer's in charge. So anyway, all that is to say, I think we can think about ratios, we can think about guidelines, but I think we also need to realize that sometimes things look clean on a map or a spreadsheet and in reality aren't. Or, just to one more time on the Jackson example, the Eastern Band of the Cherokee, which are of course right partly in Jackson County. Of course, you want to have a site there, right? You've got a community of interest that needs to be represented. So anyway, so I am oddly for me, not in defense of using data for once, I guess is the takeaway.
And on that note, we're at the 15-minute mark, so we need to try and keep on track here for this afternoon. If you do have questions or further inquiries, please do not hesitate to reach out to Mayor Alexander, to Jim, and they will certainly work with their committee on that. Next up is primaries and election day process. That you could, Chris? Okay.
Take the last thing out of my time. Go on. That's fine. Cool. Thanks, Michael. I'll say at the beginning, when we put up the names here. Great. So we had, as everybody did, I think, a really fantastic committee. The two chairs couldn't be here today. And something I was thinking about, it's on most Wednesdays when I'm in town, I go on long mountain bike rides with some of my friends. And at the beginning of this whole thing, they said, well, what are you going to Salisbury for? And I said, well, I explained what this thing is, and it's bipartisan. We're going to have Democrats and Republicans and unaffiliated in the same room. And they laughed at me. And they were like, well, this isn't going to work very well at all, right? You're going to have the most contentious topic you can think of, and you're going to have people across party lines trying to come up with some answers. And as I was sitting here today, I was thinking how wrong my friends are, which made me feel good, because this really has worked remarkably well. And what really made me think that is that, with the exception of y'all that run for office before, I have no idea what the party affiliation of folks, at least on the committees that I was on, are. Like, if you told me to guess right now, what are the party IDs of these people, I wouldn't do very well. And I wouldn't do very well on my other committee. And I think that says something, that somehow we were able to do this thing that seemed honestly a little bit almost impossible. And at least I think for most of our conversations, the sort of party ID, the D or the R next to your name, just sort of faded. I mean, the cybersecurity one, I can imagine being incredibly contentious, you would think, on the front end. It sounds like it wasn't at all. Right. And so anyway, I think it's just a pretty remarkable thing we've done here. And with that, we consulted a bunch of resources like everybody else. I won't spend much time on that. Actually, I will say one other thing at the very beginning to our title of our committee, which I think is on the last slide. We spent actually the first meeting trying to understand if we were the committee on primaries and election day processes, or we were the committee on primaries and election day processes. In other words, is it about primaries in general, or is it about processes across the two? And you laugh, which is my goal, but my other goal is to say it's actually kind of hard to figure out, right? Both of these things are really important. So we spent a good bit of time doing that. We ultimately decided we were going to talk about primaries, and then we were going to talk about sort of election day processes as a separate piece. We talked about a whole lot of things, and I feel like maybe actually some of the committees, really a lot of what we're going to do, I think, is to sort of hand off or give the assist to Lucy, and her committee, again, who have very graciously volunteered to spearhead some of these campaigns for public outreach. But a lot of what we did was to learn, and I think to feel better about our process in the state of North Carolina. And I think this is actually a really positive thing. There was a moment where I thought, well, maybe we should have more hard suggestions. But then I thought of one of the things that we accomplish at this commission is to take a whole lot of really well networked people in different parts of the state and communicate some sort of trust in the system and knowledge of how the system works, that maybe that is as important, perhaps even more important than saying, make this change, make that change, make the other change. So I think we did in this committee in particular a really good job thinking that through. We talked a lot about what we started calling the ballot journey, just what happens to your ballot once you cast it and once you move forward. We thought a lot about secrecy and privacy, poll workers, a lot of the things that touched on other committees. We talked a good bit about North Carolina it says semi-closed here. I think we're actually technically semi-open primary approach, to be professorial for a second. We talked a bit about runoff thresholds and a little bit about ranked choice voting. Now, I was warned when we were in the hall, Steve said, what did he say? He said, I'm ready to go on ranked choice voting, so hold off on that one.
Sorry.
Got the pistols already loaded, I think is what it was. All right. I don't want to talk about that too much, but we don't have any final conclusions on it. All right. So what do we have in place right now? I think we have robust safeguards in place. We sort of echo what everybody said there. We have processes that work. Everyone, I think on the committee, I believe I can say this, felt better about our current processes after learning more about them. One thing I want to highlight really is the experience of voters with disabilities. And I'll admit on the front end, sometimes I think that's one of my blind spots when I think and teach about election administration is the Americans with Disabilities Act is one of the most important pieces of voting election laws ever passed in the United States of America. We don't tend to think of it that way, but it really is because it governs so much of what we're allowed to do, where we can have all these early voting sites that we are or are not locating in these counties. So much of that is based on the Americans with Disabilities Act. And so we had one committee member in particular who did a great job just kind of drawing our attention to the experience of people with disabilities when they go to vote and what we can do better there. And I think if there was not a red light, but maybe a yellow light in terms of how we think about what we do as a state and how we conduct our elections here, that would probably be one area. We talked a lot about what's happening, what's coming, the sort of spate of election laws, good, bad, or indifferent. We talked about threats against election officials, which some other folks have hit on. We've talked about best practice models. One of our committee chairs does a lot of good work in Wake County and talked about that. And we did talk briefly about the pros and cons of ranked choice voting. We, of course, did, for those of y'all who don't know, those of you do know, you got to sit through it. For those of you who don't know, we did try ranked choice voting in North Carolina in 2 municipalities in Cary, and we did it also in Hendersonville. There was the opportunity to have 10 municipalities in 10 counties. And state board, the General Assembly opened it up, said 20 slots, who wants in? And every county said, I'm good. 2 municipalities said they're good. Those 2 municipalities did it. Anyway, you can talk more about that. I'm happy to share some resources if anybody is curious. But we did talk about it a good bit. And clicker dealy. I've broken the clicker. Oh, yeah. All right. There we go. Sorry. All right. So when it came to the threats against poll workers and against election workers, we talked about considering providing or requiring de-escalation training. Obviously, there are questions about financing and how that would work and resources, but at least thinking that through what that would look like, ways to take a more proactive approach to sort of the current environment. We should publicize the safeguards. Again, this is I'm going to start calling it the Lucy Clause. So our committee can take that on, right? Letting folks know that we're getting paper ballots, even if you use a machine to mark, right? The vetting and approval process for voting systems. I mean, just the fact that for some of our committee members, they didn't know you could just look up and see what piece of equipment is used in every county in the state of North Carolina. There's only 3 vendors that are allowed to sell in North Carolina, and the vast majority of counties use one particular system. And just that state law forbids voting equipment for connecting to the internet on voting days, and that was covered in much better detail by the cybersecurity folks. The disabled voters or voters with disabilities would benefit from public outreach and just kind of more awareness in general. I think that all makes sense to us, right? That this is a group of people we don't think about enough who might have unique challenges, but perhaps we can put that move that up a little bit in our priority list. And Thinking again through ranked choice voting, we didn't come to any conclusion on ranked choice voting. We know other groups talked about that as well, but we had a really good discussion, I thought, of some of the pros and some of the cons and what it might look like, and thinking through. We had a pilot program, sort of like the signature match. We had a pilot program, and then we sort of looked at the results as a state, and then it just kind of went away without much discussion, right? So it's sort of the thing that came up and then just disappeared. And so maybe having that discussion, I know when I speak to community groups, every time I can just say, here's when we're going to have a ranked choice voting question. And so people are interested, whether it's a good policy, a bad policy, whatever. I think we can have a more open discussion about it and talk about what we did learn in the state of North Carolina. And we're in the process now of seeking input from selected election directors, just sort of highlighting that today is not the last day of the commission's work, but we're going to continue on and try to learn more. So, oh, actually, I forgot to mention thresholds. I'm sorry. The primaries piece of this, right? So in the state of North Carolina, we used to have a 50% runoff threshold. Then we moved to a 40% runoff threshold. Then we moved to a 30% runoff threshold. Over coffee, we can talk about the politicians who got caught that might have led to some of that change, but that's not the bigger conversation. And so that threshold, what I mean is the candidates of Jennifer Roberts is running for Congress. She has to get, not just get the most votes, but she has to get the most votes plus get at least 30%, or else we go to the second primary or runoff. This is like RC Cola, a uniquely Southern phenomenon. The rest of the country doesn't have runoffs. We have it in North Carolina for a variety of reasons, most of which tend to go back to the one-party Democratic South and trying to keep African Americans from being enfranchised in large numbers. But we still have this holdover, and we do it differently than the rest of the South. Like Georgia still has the 50% rule. Most of the South has 50%. We've knocked it down to 30. We don't have as a committee, like, here's what we think the number or the threshold should be. But we do think it's worth having a conversation about, you know, a broader conversation in the state. Should we have runoffs? Should that threshold be? How much money is that costing county boards of elections to run elections with turnout at, 4% of eligible voters like we just had a few months ago? So happy to take questions.
With that, questions, Mary Jo?
It's more of a comment because, I'm opinionated. So the ranked choice voting thing, I'm just going to throw out there that I was at the Election Sciences Conference this May, and there were tons of papers about ranked choice voting. The general consensus, or among some, especially one very, very vocal election director, said, it's really interesting. It's kind of cool. But election directors hate it because it's extremely difficult to explain to voters how it works, and it turns up the temperature. When you're trying to calm things down, you've got this ranked choice voting thing going on, and people get all, irritated with it, think their vote didn't count. And it's really hard to administer. It's hard to explain. And it's maybe not worth the cost. Yeah.
And there's, as you know well, there is good evidence to suggest that perhaps people with less education are less likely to turn out to vote because they're more likely to not understand this new process too.
I just want to add to that, for the research that we did on that, there was no money put aside to educate voters and to help election officials on the pilot program. And all of the different studies that other states have done talked about how important it is to have something set aside for voter education, because the pilot showed that voters liked it. By and large, the majority of voters liked the ranked choice voting process, but there was no money behind it. And there was no money that was going to be appropriated after that. So that has a significant impact on the opinions on the outcomes.
I will add one fun fact. So there are people in North Carolina trying to educate voters about what it looks like. And so High Wire Brewing is doing ranked choice voting on beer tasting. So if you have a High Wire in your community, you can ask them to do an event for you. And I can't remember, there's a nonprofit working with them too. I can't remember which one of them, but I know that was a cool idea.
Alrighty. This will be kind of in the weeds. The North Carolina, only the voter, under North Carolina, only the voter or the voter's immediate family can take possession of an absentee ballot. However, there was a federal court case, I think 2 years ago, maybe longer, that essentially said that anyone can take possession of a disabled person's ballot. And we've had 3 different committees touch on disabled voters. Has any of the committees considered allowing members of multi-partisan assistance teams, which most counties should have, to be the ones that take possession of disabled people's ballots in the process of when they are meeting people in, say, assisted living facilities?
We did not. I don't know about others.
Thank you, and I'm happy to speak with that. I'm with Disability Rights North Carolina, and thanks for raising that important issue. Yeah, a lot of, and thank you, Chris, for bringing up a lot of the issues that we discussed in terms of disability, and I think a lot of it does go back to misunderstanding about the law and all the legal changes that have happened in recent years. So this is the last cycle was the first election cycle where people in congregate settings, like you said, were allowed to get assistance from non-family members, staff people to administer their votes. If they were voting absentee. Up until then, it had been, I want to say, possibly even a felony to assist a voter with any part of submission of an absentee ballot, including mailing it in, putting a stamp on it, any of that. So that was a really big change to the law. And we're still having, seeing a lot of barriers in terms of getting that information out to the facilities staffers who have been working there forever and who have always been using that. So yes, that is one barrier that has recently gone down, and that it's good that people are able to cast their vote that way. The MAT teams that we see are grossly underfunded and understaffed right now, ever since COVID. And so the MAT teams were very valuable back when they were working well, and others may have more information about that. But I know that in our experience, a lot of the people who rely on MAT teams to come in and provide guidance in facilities are no longer able to rely on them because they're just not staffed.
Are all counties required to have these? I know what you're talking about, MAT teams. Are all counties required to have this?
I don't know. I don't know. I can find out.
I was just curious.
Yeah.
All right, we are actually at the end of the 15 minutes. Thank you to that committee. I think as we're discovering, and as I think the steering committee, and particularly the committee chairs have discovered, we are crossing over a lot of boundaries and a lot of topics in between committees. And it may be worthwhile at some point, if there are disability issues that cross over multiple committees, perhaps maybe those committees could join together for a Zoom meeting to kind of hash out different dynamics at play. I will be representing the counting votes committee here. Judge Wagner is on Zoom, but she has unfortunately lost her voice, so she may sound kind of raspy if there.
Hey, Michael, I'm here. This is Anna Mills. I'm here, but I think I'm gonna let you do all the talking.
Okay. I will do my best, Judge.
I'm sure it'll be great.
And Gil Greggs was also the co-chair of this committee. Had a very good committee that brought a lot of interest and a lot of engagement to this particular process and components. Kind of a brief overview, we used the general statutes. We also looked at the administrative code. Oftentimes, general statutes will be, you need to do this in terms of directing a particular administrative agency, and then it's up to the administrative agency to figure out the details, to put the meat to the bones in terms of the general statutes. And then we also pulled a lot of information from the North Carolina State Board of Elections website. And you have seen some charts previously about mail-in voting, about early voting. You may have been asking silently in the back of your head, where did that data come from? North Carolina and the State Board of Elections have two primary data files that a lot of us rely upon as researchers. And I was able to pull this information together based on first the voter registration data file, and secondly, a file called the voter history file, which basically has not the person's vote choices, but the voter's vote method. And we can pair those two data files together through what is called a rather unique key, an NCID. So basically merging 7.5 million registered voters with 5.5 million ballots cast in North Carolina in 2020, we can see how each voter cast their ballot and then make those kinds of analysis based on demographics, age, everything associated with that. So that's a little background as to where this data comes from. In terms of some of the topics covered, we did cover a multitude of different topics. We basically looked at from 2004 up through 2022, and that gives us almost 2 decades worth of data to be able to look at things. We asked questions about the quality of vote counting and the integrity of the machines themselves, the process of ensuring that the ballots, based on different vote methods, absentee by mail, absentee one-stop, or early in-person voting, and then on election day, along with provisional and transfer ballots, how were those counted? How were they dealt with? What's the integrity behind them? The issue of public observation, particularly when it came to the counting process of the ballots. The process for ballot curing covered a multitude of basic questions that the committee was interested in that we wanted to try and investigate and to find answers, thinking that the general public would also be interested in it as well. Here's kind of just the big, broad 30,000 foot view in terms of how many ballots have been cast in North Carolina over the past 20 years. And you'll see in 2004 presidential year, 3.2 million ballots cast. By the time you get to 2022 and 2018 for midterm election years, we have surpassed that presidential year number of ballots being cast. And most recently in 2020, 5.5 million ballots cast by voters in North Carolina. So we will continue to see, most likely, the continuation and the increase in the number of ballots being counted each year. The distribution between how these ballots came in has also been a significant shift over the past 20 years. And you'll note that there's a distinct difference between presidential years and midterm years. But in general, in the past few election cycles, in either presidential and now in midterm election years, more and more voters are voting before election day. In general, we can count on at least 60% of the ballots being cast coming in before election day. And you'll note the anomaly of 2020, of course, the least amount of ballots came on election day. Mail-in ballots surpassed the number of ballots coming in on election day. Now, in 2022, in the midterm, the mail-in ballots dropped back to its norm. So typically you can count on about 3 to maybe 5% of ballots coming in by mail. The vast majority or significant plurality coming before election day through early voting. So with that, what we did was we really talked about the process and the procedures. And honestly, I look into this, Chris, Martha, Mary Jo, we all study this. I learned a great deal about the process of how counting has to be done. And so to ensure integrity, to ensure the security, there are numerous state statutes as well as administrative regulations that provide guidance in terms of how ballots shall be counted. And we went through our report in pretty deep detail as to how that process plays itself out. We also focused on the canvassing aspect. I think for a lot of voters before probably 2020, let's say, a lot of people just went, voted, cast their ballots, and didn't think a thing after submitting the ballot into the tabulator. That has changed. Public opinion, public attitudes, public interest now want to know what happens after election night, after the polls close. And so the process of canvassing, the process of certification, elections are not certified until the canvassing is done at the county level and then at the state level as well. And we talk about that process as well. We also, like other committees, got into the issue of talking about ranked choice voting. Again, kind of discussions that mirror a lot of what the discussions y'all have had in other committees. I think for the main conclusions that we have taken away as a committee that we would share with y'all, the experience of escalating numbers of ballots is going to continue in North Carolina. We're currently up to 7.5 million registered voters. Nobody knows what this fall will bring, but we will probably be near, slightly below, maybe slightly ahead of what we saw in 2020, just because the population continues to grow in this state. So too does the registered voter pool, so too does interest by the voters. I think the clear shift, as documented by the early voting folks, the counting of ballots will be, again, predominantly based on what has come in before Election Day. There do seem to be, to us at least, very clear processes. There are what I oftentimes refer to, and all political scientists refer to, checks and balances. That if the public understands how accountability with the process of counting ballots is done, they will see that there are indeed checks and balances to encourage that sense of integrity in the machines, in the human beings operating it. Public transparency, very apparent. We would like to see perhaps more public transparency. Perhaps some of the canvassing meetings could be done by Zoom to allow anybody to observe the processes there. And we also focused also on the military and overseas ballots. That's usually a very small component, but it's a critical component because federal law also dictates what the states can do in that regard. In terms of some of the issues, we got to the point of thinking about, again, the role of the greatest group of registered voters, and that is unaffiliateds. They are not necessarily involved in this process. Should they be? A question that we have raised. We also raised, again, like others, the role of ranked choice voting. Some of the discussion was around, could it be just for primary elections to avoid the issue of having to have a second runoff election, administrative cost, the personnel costs, the burdens placed on counties for, let's face it, extremely low turnout rates among the voters, particularly if it's only for one party over the other. So with that, yep. Any questions? Judge Mills, Judge Wagner, did I do all right?
Yes, you did great. Thank you.
All right. My boss says good. So, Bob. And then Myron.
Am I correct that the law has changed on when early voting ballots will be counted and what's the impact both logistically on the local boards and in getting returns out to the public?
Right. There was a change that County Board of Elections previously could start processing their early ballots in the middle of the afternoon, I believe it was. I'm looking, Trina. I seem to recall that they had like a 2 o'clock, they could start processing the early ballots so that on election night, when the polls all closed, you saw the first dump of votes were all early votes, mail-in and one-stop absentee early votes. Now the process is at the time the polls close, they process.
Voting. No, it is not designated as
absentee voting anymore. It used to follow under the absentee voting, but they took that away. So early voting is in-person voting, which cannot be reported until 7:30. So you're right.
Could you repeat that?
Early voting used to be in the statute written in that it was absentee voting. It was early voting by absence because you were absent from your precinct. Recent law changed that. It is no longer considered absentee. It is in person, and so therefore it must be reported at the time the polls close rather than grouped into the mail-in absentee, first throw out of the vote results. Does that make sense?
But is the mail-in still counted at the same time? The mail-in absentee?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
So now I have another question, but they're both quick.
Okay.
On what we were just talking about, there was some concern that that would delay results, make them take longer to come in. Did you find that to be the case? And then my question for you, Michael, was just, you gave us the raw numbers for the presidential election. What percentage of registered voters voted in the last election?
Okay.
I don't remember it being a big issue. There was a huge worry about that delaying the vote turnout that night, but it did not.
And in terms of turnout, you're asking a question. So in 2020, it was 75% of the registered voters. That was actually up from 69 in 2016.
Did your committee look at the audit process, or is that the next committee? Like the risk limiting audits, the vote audits, the next one? Okay. I'll save it for that.
It was not the next committee. It looks like it will probably be our committee in that regard, but we will take that on. If you want.
I found that the public finds the audits really interesting and confidence building. So I think some more education about the fact that we actually do audits would be really helpful.
Yeah, we will, our committee will take on the task of addressing the issue of audits in that regard. Let me see how I'm 44 seconds. Going once, going twice. I yield back the 40 seconds in that regard. So, all right. Next, we have election infrastructure and administration.
Good afternoon. So I heard some of my other chairs acknowledge that other folks bore the heavy load for them. I became the chair 3 meetings in, so I think it's fair to say that other folks really get credit for all the great work that they did on this committee, especially Martha. I don't think I'm overstepping my boundaries to say that Martha was in heaven on this committee because she sent us articles and data and research and surveys, maybe every 10 minutes. I don't know. I can't be sure. I have a lot of emails, but I do want to, we had an amazing committee, and you'll see that there is a star there. We did have a member who did great work, but then had to resign close to the end, and that is Sarah. And everyone here just really, really contributed greatly and did amazing work. And so I just want to acknowledge all of them today. And again, this is a short list of all of the sources that we took a look at. And we have quite a few footnotes and other things in our report so that folks can dig into this data a little bit more. We really took a lot also from, I don't know how many of you all are familiar with that series that Carolina Public Press did about election brain drain, when they were really looking at the deficits that we have in replenishing our election workers. I commend you to that. I think it was really, really helpful. And we are hoping to do some public meetings and get more input this fall. Oh, that wasn't supposed to happen. Great. There's always one. And I didn't print out my slides, so I can't wing it. Does he? Okay. Let's go with that.
We're using your computer.
So I have the slides here.
Share.
I have the slides here. Do you want me to?
Yes.
Share.
I don't know if I can share them. In fact, I doubt I can. But I could maybe talk about them. How do we want to do this?
If I can use his, I can talk about it.
Oh, use his.
Yes. Okay.
Use fine.
Okay.
Get with our lights.
It's not a touch.
Luckily, it's all just that.
Technology.
Oh, they're not going to see our fancy charts. Well, all right. So we, in our first meeting, as you can imagine, some assumptions were made that we touch on a lot of things like auditing and other things. We did not, but we brainstormed about 12 topics that have to do with elections and administration. And I am pleased to say, I think almost all of them have been covered by other committees. So what we chose to do was to land on probably a question that is top of mind today more than it has been even in our meetings, and that is safety of election workers. And I can tell you that I'm that demographic of election workers who had been working for a decade. And when I saw what unfolded in Georgia, particularly the harassment, and when I saw that there were workers being followed home, I opted not to work that next election. So I'm actually the demographic of those of us who are passionate about democracy, love it, and who was a little scared. Now, they did talk me back in. And so I am a chief judge now in Guilford County. So I was convinced. I do believe in our process. This process has helped me feel more confident even in boldly declaring that our elections are safe and trustworthy. But I think some things need to be put into place to ensure that folks feel that way. We also talked about staff retention and career development, and then poll worker recruitment and training. So that was really our focus. Martha, are you sharing or am I sharing?
You got to back up.
Okay. Now my clicker's not working.
Can you press the arrow on his laptop?
There it is.
There you go.
All right. So when we looked at safety, this number, the 25% of North Carolina election workers who reported to have personally experienced a threat, is actually fairly low in comparison to the national data set that was done by the Brennan Center, in which 1 in 3 nationally said that they had experienced threats or harassment or something along those lines. Of course, this 25% is problematic as well. But there are some promising things that exist to sort of ensure folks that nationally, at least, people are looking at this closely. The DOJ has an election threats task force. They have guidelines on voter intimidation that reiterate the prohibitions in federal law. So there are folks who are trying to ensure that people are aware, but there actually are 18 states, we're not one of them, who have passed laws to protect election officials and staff. So of course you can imagine what one of our recommendations is going to be. And so before I get into poll worker recruitment, this is actually a picture of me with the folks who helped in my precinct at the last primary. What's important about this for you to know is that those 2 young men are student election assistants through that program, and we were not going to be able to run our precinct without them. I asked and called pretty much everybody who was on the rolls who had ever served in our precinct. Many of them are aging out in the sense that they're moving to live with their children or they're doing other things. And then, of course, one of them did express safety. And so at the last minute, about 2 weeks before that election, they told me that I had the 2 students. So I cannot emphasize enough how much we need more poll workers and a stream of them. I should also note on Wednesday, I will be 53. And in every election that I have worked, have been the youngest person working my poll. So this is, starting in my 40s and on up. Which isn't to say it's a beautiful thing, but we've got to start to attract folks that are younger to this work. And so, when you've heard this before, we now know it's 62, but folks are leaving these director positions in particular. 61 of them have turned over in the last 5 years. We lose institutional knowledge. We lose, there's also additional costs, right, to onboard, to hire, and to train. The counties with the highest pay retain their directors longer. This is a no-brainer. The salaries range from $19 an hour for a part-time director to about $200,000 a year, according to public records. But that's of only 68 counties that we were able to find. The minimum pay that is designated by the legislature, the last time that was looked at was in 1999, is $12 an hour. There was in that same survey a report that the workload has increased a lot over the last 2 decades, is what directors are saying. And more than half reported that a pay raise would encourage them to stay in their roles. One thing that was really promising about the survey is that most of them said that they enjoy their job, right? That it's fulfilling. And so obviously pay seems to be a factor. We also looked at training and professional development. And while the Board of Elections does have a certification program, it doesn't have specific sort of course requirements. So you'll see one of our recommendations moving forward. So when we thought about the poll worker election, and again, the way I'm thinking about this is what is the current system, and then what are going to be our recommendations. So currently, 48% of counties report that they're having difficulty recruiting. On average, 60% of mid-sized counties are reporting difficulty recruiting. And then the capacity to recruit, of course, varies across the counties. So our big idea when it comes to safety is that the North Carolina General Assembly should consider legislation that ensures protection for election voters for the entire election process, and that allows civil action against perpetrators, and that would fund safety. And someone else, another group, talked about de-escalation training. We started on the higher level with it being precinct judges, boards of elections, and election staff. But certainly all workers could benefit from learning about that as well, having that training. Providing funding to increase physical security for election officials. And we thought maybe this could be funded as non-competitive federal grants that would come from the government, since we know so many of our counties cannot afford it. That could be hiring officers, that could be ensuring there's barriers. We're not really sure what all sort of safety precautions are most effective. And then we did find a best practice in Guilford County, where they have assembled a task force of former police officers, current police officers, security guards, other folks who are on call. So if there is something that should happen on that day, they have de-escalation training and or the ability to actually take control of the situation. And so we think that there should be task forces that help educate local law enforcement about election disinformation, election security, and then again to possibly be activated on the day of. In terms of staff retention and career development, we are suggesting that the General Assembly could revisit the workloads and the pay structures, and the minimum wage, minimum pay barrier obviously needs to be increased. The Directors Association could create a robust training. So that's that certificate program that we said wasn't necessarily clear in terms of what is required and what's needed, and to partner. We have 114 institutions of higher education in North Carolina, so it feels like that could be a partnership with higher education. Create a toolkit of best practices. So this was such a big deal to us. We spent a lot of time thinking about it, and that is several of us have worked elections in different counties, and when people shared some of that, well, we do this, and it was going, wait, we don't do that. That sounds great, but we do this. We just really feel like there's got to be a way that we're ensuring that those folks are sharing those best practices, that that's collected somewhere, that it's easily accessible, that someone who's coming new into these different practices or these different roles would be aware of what's working and really try to duplicate and replicate that across the state. developing a formal mentorship process of new directors. And so my friend Kitty here has shared with me that when directors used to be onboarded, it was a week. They had a week-long training. That no longer exists. And so we think the mentorship idea, a more seasoned director with a new one would be great. Creating a summer internship program to attract college students and recent graduates. We did see some models across the country where there are places where they do have internship initiatives with college students in order to attract them to actually do election work, not just as poll workers, which is also would be a great benefit as well. And then finally, in terms of poll worker recruitment, we need to expand the student election assistance program. How many people have ever benefited from having student election assistance? I know Kitty told me she has. Other folks, yeah, they're wonderful. Develop a youth-led recruitment initiative. Youth know how to attract other youth, and they had a really good day. They told me they did. I mean, it might have been for their grade, but they told me they had a good time. Establish this fellowship program for college students. And that's different from the internship, right? The internship is becoming a worker and as a director and election staff. This would be for folks who want to be poll workers and then also go into this kind of work. More higher education, civic organizations to talk about poll working and to help recruit, to target specific groups. That for me? No, okay. And so we thought about a lot of different groups that might be attracted to poll working, right? Retired county workers, veterans, retirement community residents. And so that list is fairly large, and we'd love to continue to grow that. Outreaching to various sectors, corporate, we know a lot of them have social responsibility expectations of their folks and give them time off, and developing creative marketing campaigns and materials. And I won't give out too much from what we were thinking, but it has to do with mascots and all kinds of really cool stuff. So we had some ideas there. So we also thought about, for training and retention, developing and comprehensive training programs that involve multiple approaches, right? It's more of the in-person, more of the virtual, other ways to train folks. And then to incentivize poll working, maybe flexible shifts, higher stipends, those sorts of things. And so our main conclusion, this upcoming election, it's going to be especially important that this safety question, that we're addressing it, that we're communicating, we're forming these task forces, whatever needs to happen, and then that we have the legal parameters or opportunities in place should it escalate. We have to increase recruitment of poll workers. People have to be able to trust that. So I'm aware of some counties that had to merge precincts because they didn't have capacity. And people, again, this is that access question. If folks don't have the one that they typically go to, the misinformation, confusion. More younger folks, creating pathways and incentives, and ensure that these best practices are being shared, and then that we just strengthen the training. I am at time. My technology.
I have a quick comment. We're talking about the pay. When you work in a smaller county, your pay is a whole lot less, but in a smaller counties, I did all the ballot programming. I did all the testing. A smaller county, the director does everything. Where in a larger county, she says, you do so-and-so, you do so-and-so. And I've always said the smaller counties, their pay needs to be comparable to larger counties because one director is doing all the work. And one other comment, we talk about security. I've been out of elections for 10 years, and I can remember a director of elections getting in the car with somebody in the back seat threatening her.
It was a board member? Okay.
So Michael, I'll be real quick. Can I?
Yep.
Jennifer gave it to me. Is that okay? May I ask this question? Can I ask, I want one more question for the State Board of Elections. Yeah. And this is adding to what Kitty said, and that was just a great presentation. But in your opinion, all of the turnover that we've seen in the last year, the people I know at our local, at the Burke County Board of Elections, they feel a real strong sense of public service. Leslie talked about that. They love what they do. Yet this strong turnover, is it because we heard a lot about limited finances? Is it because of low pay or is it because of safety issues?
So you know what, and let me just throw this out. So Jason Roberts and Michael Greenberger just received his PhD at University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, have a survey. And one thing that I asked them to put on their survey was about public service motivation. So we haven't, I don't know that we as scholars have teased that out. But what we do know from their survey is that the amount of work that local election directors have to do is just metastasized. I mean, it's a bigger and bigger job. I'm sure that Sarah Levere can tell you, right? And now she's president of the Association of Local Election Officials, of the election directors. I mean, the job has gotten really huge. And you can have a lot of public service, but if you're faced with, this motivation, I know it's great because I've talked to a lot of local election officials all over the country, but you're faced with safety issues. You've got a family, right? And a lot of our local election directors have families, and you're dealing with low pay. It's real hard to keep going, I think. So, I mean, I wouldn't say that pay is obviously not the only motivation. Again, I've talked to a lot of local election directors, but I think it's something that we need to address. It is at least part of the problem.
I think she answered most of that question pretty well. As far as North Carolina goes, it is a combination. There are those like myself who are aged out and just retired and go on to other places. But kind of speaking to your presentation, and thank you for some great ideas. A lot of these ideas could be jumped on, except for the fact, this relates back to what she was talking about. We are now having to conduct conflict prevention, de-escalation training, hazmat training, wellness and resilience training, and crisis management training.
So I'll just throw this in.
Martha, real quick, Martha.
We don't have time.
Yeah, we're about 15 minutes behind and we got one more committee to get through.
Okay.
So if you have questions, comments, certainly send them to Leslie and her committee and they will continue to look into them. Jill, Bob? Committee on challenges or?
Yeah, we're on.
Bob, you do? I'm not even going to touch that one because I'm married to one. So we'll wrap up today's election commission meeting now.
Want to say?
Okay, I'm the chairman. Well, as perhaps you can tell, we haven't choreographed this quite as well as some of the others. Our committee had 4 meetings. Bob, play with this sticker. I don't know if we've got any slides or not. Anyway, what we looked at were legal challenges to elections. And we had 4 meetings, and one of them we had Republican Bob Hunter and Democrat Ed Spees talk about the election process, the challenges, and all that's pretty mature. Lawyers who do that kind of work know what's going on there. It's not like, say, the redistricting case, which Bob and I remember with a certain amount of horror. But we did narrow our discussion down to 3 issues that we thought merited some discussion. That's what we're going to talk about. Jill's got some interest or expressed interest in making sure the lawyers are there to be helpful during an election. And Bob and I were going to talk about some of the Easter eggs we found in the Constitution. So I will pass the mic to Jill.
First of all, thank you to all of you. You have restored my faith that there's bipartisanship still exists in North Carolina. So thank you. And it's been such an honor to work with both Justice Edmonds and Justice Orr. One of the things we discovered is there is just a lack of election law experts throughout North Carolina. We spoke to the State Board of Elections, the League of Municipalities, the Association of County Commissioners, both political parties, as Justice Edmonds touched upon. And there's just not a lot of state programming through the State Bar Association, through law schools. Most of it is through the political parties, whether it is training, recruitment. So unaffiliateds, as we've talked about many times today, are really not represented. It is partisan. Most of the people who get this recruitment and training are partisan. And even saying that, in these heightened political times, a lot of the big law firms that do have the resources and capacity to help and get involved in these issues, they don't want to, for professional reasons, for just in the fact of how intense, and a lot of it is uncompensated in election law, unless you're being paid through a specific candidate or a political party. So one of the biggest things is we need more recruitment and training, and whether that is through the State Bar Association, having specific programming about this, whether it's through law schools and making election law and expertise more of a priority in basic education. We need more lawyers to be involved in these critical issues, especially as we all know things get more intense, and we are going to see challenges, as these two are going to talk about, because there's some time bombs waiting in our Constitution that are eventually going to blow up. So I am going to pass it over to Justice Edmonds, but thank you all.
Thank you, Jill. The having volunteer attorneys who are not necessarily aligned with the party, but are just there for the process, really is important. And I think what Jill has said is critical to the mission of this committee. What I was going to talk about was the result of the recent Supreme Court case, Trump versus Anderson. That's the one where the state of Colorado, or someone in the state of Colorado, challenged Trump's running for the presidency again. The challenge was based on the 14th Amendment, which is a post-Civil War amendment that said pretty much anybody who was in the Confederacy was disqualified from running. Well, that language could apply to the excitement that occurred after the last presidential election at the Capitol. And the Colorado court said that the challenge could stand. And the Supreme Court said, no, it can't, probably because, I haven't read the opinion to tell you the truth, but probably because every state could do things differently, and then you'd never get it straightened out. So what that leaves is that there is no process to allow a challenge to an unqualified candidate. We know there are age qualifications, citizenship qualifications, and with some of the minority parties we have, small parties now, they could run a candidate that does say was, as the example that's in our report, someone that's underage or someone who was born in Canada that is facially disqualified, but there is no way that someone could bring such a suit. A citizen could bring such a suit. They're just in a federal process that allows it. So it's a little bit of a stretch. It's unlikely to happen necessarily, but that is a weakness that, as citizens, we think we have some voice in who the candidates are. And if someone is unqualified, we're sort of in an area now where there is not a proper process where we as citizens could make a challenge to a facially unqualified candidate. And that's especially noted in the presidential races. And Bob, but Jill and I think Bob has the most interesting issue. So.
Right. Well, I do want to add on Bob's issue that North Carolina has a challenge statute where you can challenge a candidate who isn't disqualified. The wild card is presidential candidates don't file in the states. They are nominated by their party conventions. So the question is, if you wanted to challenge a no-labels 29-year-old Canadian running for president, what process under North Carolina law would you use? And I think our state board lawyers say, we don't know. So that's that. And
totally ambiguous
yeah,
about what would happen in such a situation.
And on Jill's issue, most counties do not have an attorney assigned to their local board of elections. They use the county attorney who may or may not be particularly versed in election law. And while they do rely on the state board, that's an issue. But I think both of those are really important issues. This is like oral argument where the clock's clicking here. All right, so I got to get my point in. Let me read from article. Yeah, it is. Waiting for the light to go off, right? Yeah. Article 6, Section 5 in the North Carolina Constitution. A contested election for any office established by Article 3 of this Constitution, and that's all of your council of state, from governor through commissioner of agriculture, shall be determined, let me start over, a contested election for any office established by Article 3 of this Constitution shall be determined by joint ballot of both houses of the General Assembly in the manner prescribed by law. And this has only been done once in the history of North Carolina, and that was back in 2004 in a race for superintendent of public instruction. But there is a statutory process which the General Assembly passed back then under different political control and amended by the current legislature that says the President Pro Tem of the Senate and the Speaker of the House will appoint a 5-member committee, and you can 3 of one party, 2 of the other. They will hear this contest, and the only definition of that is that it's an election. And they have a process of discovery to go through. And at the end of it, as in 2004, the General Assembly will determine who won that election. And coming up in an election cycle in which it is not inconceivable that there will be very close races for council of state elections, the public, I think, needs to be informed, and those of us concerned about making sure that the public and the press are aware of potential issues that, let's just pick the governor's race. If, for example, Mark Robinson is 5,000 votes behind at the end of the day and has a challenge for the number of student voting in college campuses across this state under the Constitution, he would simply say to the legislature, I'm filing a challenge. We'd like for you to decide whether I won this election or whether Josh Stein won this election. And that's what it says. And that's what they're authorized to do. And the two things, two things concern me. They determine that if there is litigation ongoing, say about those student votes, that litigation is terminated upon the filing of the protest of the contested election. And once the General Assembly makes that decision, there is no appeal to the courts. So, that is a sobering consideration. And they actually have a statutory process that applies to legislative races. So this could happen in legislative races. Now, I think arguably good government would say you ought to let the courts, it ought to play out in the courts. Courts decide what votes are valid, what votes are not valid. State board calculates it, determines who the winner is. That's not the way the law worked in 2004. It's not the way it will work in this election cycle. And I think we all need to be aware and need to be talking about potential consequences if that happens in November of this year. So with that, questions?
1 minute for questions.
Yeah. And we're not yielding any time back. So
taking their 4 minutes.
So does that challenge happen after all the recounts and audits and the whole vote counting process happens and then they can challenge? Or is it in the middle, before, during, or we don't know?
As best I can interpret the statute, which has not been interpreted by a court, at any point, once the votes are in and the sort of the second stage of counting the votes takes place, you can file it. And interestingly enough, and it may be in the statute, but it doesn't necessarily have to be the candidate who files it. It could be, you know, the chairman of a political party, or an interested citizen.
The
Scott?
election itself is not defined in the law.
Right.
in North Carolina. If I learned anything on this committee, it's how ambiguous election law is.
Scott has a question.
So you mentioned something in passing that I think is a significant issue that I experienced in Virginia, but I didn't experience in other states that I've worked. And that is the absence of legal representation, dedicated legal representation by boards of election. I think that's very problematic. Would you consider making some kind of finding or making some kind of recommendation about how that might be solved? Because I think boards of election and directors, they're operating in good faith with the best advice that they can get. But once they get sued, they have to bring somebody up to train their attorney. And I've been in that position and it's not effective.
I mean, I think our committee would certainly be a strong advocate for expanding both training and providing trained counsel to local board selections, to be prepared for it, but that takes money.
I think it's a funding issue at heart.
I'm a retired lawyer. I've appeared before the Supreme Court and been grilled by these men up here. They weren't, two of them were there. I think we all should ask them a lot more questions before their time is up. And the harder the better. Do you think that I or everyone else in this room has standing to test the constitutionality of what you just discussed about the right of the legislature to overturn my vote?
Standing, or you?
You have a minute, 22 seconds.
Yeah. I'm a big believer in standing. You always got a right to go to court and fight it out.
I hear a countersuit coming on.
The statute's ambiguous. You'd normally think it'd be somebody who's involved in the election, but it can certainly be read to say, somebody got up that morning and wrong side of the bed and decided to file.
Other questions?
Yeah, 40 seconds.
Thank you.
All good?
All right.
Okay, that concludes the last of our 11 committees. And if you leave before 3, you don't get a hat. So you have to listen to our quick wrap up, and we will be quick. I just want to, first of all, on behalf of the entire steering committee, which includes Martha, we thank you for your time and commitment, and we're not done yet. So be ready for a little more time and commitment. I also just want to recall again how we opened this about political violence, that we all can play a role in helping counter that and helping spread a message of peace and of the democratic process, legal process. Even though sometimes it's messed up, it is much better than violence and harassment. And we have seen the impact that can bring on our entire state. So committee chairs will continue to be in touch with the steering committee. You are welcome to keep your committee meeting because there are still some open issues and some open questions. And there's some research that still needs to happen. Bob and I are going to be getting input from the public in our town hall tour. He's going to talk about the town hall tour after I finish this part. And we hope that you all will help with that as well. But so there are more researchers, more public input that will be coming back. As we look at the overlap, several of you noticed several committees overlapping. The steering committee is going to try to help pull those ideas together in a more coherent way. What was great was that the committees that looked at it from different perspectives. Some from resources, some from the voter, some from the election director. So that's what is going to help make this a really good report. And overlap is fine because there are many different perspectives. Media. So, we have our media team back there, Patricia and Eric. Yay. Thank you for being here. We had great coverage. Thank you to all who answered and talked to the folks who were here. That's how we help the public understand what we're doing and why they should trust elections and be nice to their election workers. And ask questions and have public input on ways to make it better. That may continue, especially as things happen. This is going to be one of those election seasons where we're going to need to have rapid response to some things. And we hope that each one of you now considers yourself sort of an ambassador. I mean, we're limited in the committees that we saw. We don't have all the information, but you are all now way more aware than the average voter in North Carolina. And we want to be open to media interviews about what you learned, what surprised you. I mean, even Michael Bitzer learned something. Wow. So we're going to continue to gather that information and to share it. We also will be doing some social media posts. Rachel and Cape and Consulting and our media team, and then all of us here who have followers, et cetera, will be sharing social media posts. Any of you who do that, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, anybody on Reddit? Yeah, okay, good. Because there's a lot of activity on Reddit as well. And I know there are others that you got to monitor it, right? But there are others that, are out there that we would really appreciate help. Just, any way we can get the word out. We may do some paid media. We may get some athletes to speak on behalf of our peace and democracy and fair elections. Also, if you all get invitations from Rotary clubs, Lions clubs, Girl Scouts, I mean, whoever, to talk about how elections work, feel free to speak, from what you've learned. If you need someone with more expertise, ask your election director or even ask somebody who has worked election polls. Like the chief judges get a lot of training on how elections work. And we really do need more of the information out there. If you talk to a Girl Scout troop, the parents are usually there too, right? And so they're hearing you. I discovered that when I was running for office. I said yes to every Girl Scout troop. And we also, again, hope that when you see anything that is bad information, that you let us know, and then we can try to work with our team. Of course, the idea when you see bad information, don't repeat it, but you want to get good information out to replace it. Now that's like it's like a game of whack-a-mole when it comes to social media, but we're going to try to do the best we can. And all of you can be part of that. I am officially making you all ambassadors for our great process here. And we also know between November the 5th and January 20th, there's going to be a lot of back and forth. There's going to be a lot of having to wait for results and recounts and certification and protests or whatever. That's going to be a really critical time to do that sharing of a messaging of democratic process and peace, and let the workers do their work, that they are trained to do without pounding on the glass while they're trying to count elections. And then the last thing are the 28 town halls that we are doing across the state. We hope that you all will help get information out. And Bob, you want to tell them more about what the town halls are? Everybody has a list right here on there.
Yeah, we are getting the band back together. We'll be touring North Carolina in our Chartreuse minibus. Jennifer's husband, Manley, will be playing the keyboard as we go. And we literally will be going from Murphy to Manio. And we are doubling the effort that we made last election cycle, where we did all 14 congressional districts in one virtual one. Is it 28? All right, 28, beginning August 19th in my hometown of Hendersonville, and ending on October 9th in Murphy at the old train depot, which should be an experience. And then October 15th, we'll have a virtual one. We really encourage you to check the schedule, help us drive interest and attendance at these events. And we probably still have some personnel we need to fill in. So everybody here has election expertise that we can utilize. And so, yeah, you know, so anyway, it's going to be an exciting several weeks, 4 events per week at multiple venues. And one more, but one thing, I just want to say that if one thing that I took away 2022 and from all the conversations today was the extraordinary collaborative effort that has made this, I think, really successful. And it begins with the Carter Center, but Catawba College and the State Board of Elections, you know, our fellow university members, and particularly all of you, and the comments just in private conversations about the bipartisan interaction and work that people have done has to, and I think I'm echoing what Chris said and Jill said, you know, kind of renewed confidence that we're all in this together. We may not always agree, but we can do all the things necessary to have safe, secure, and fair elections in this state. But it does require all of us working together. And again, I want to give a shout out to our staff, Dimney Rideout, who's been our summer intern, and Rachel and David Capon. We couldn't do it without them. And with that,
Professors.
oh no, not the professors. Yeah, I know. Martha's up there. No, really, Jennifer has a lot of good ideas. The single best idea she had when we started talking about this was, you know, we need to get Chris Cooper and Michael Bitzer and Martha Kopp involved in this. And it has been a brilliant decision, Madam Chairman. Anyway, what else?
That's good.
That's all, folks.